So, good morning. Welcome to the second day of Login Startup Fair, 5th annual Login Startup Fair 2017. First time outside. So, I would like you to energize me a bit and give your hands some work. So let's clap a bit. Come on, yay! Thank you. So, okay, today we have like vast quantities of great talks. We have tons of formidable speakers, from Trustpilot CEO to Christian Tyler Worski, who will be starting conference in a few minutes, or should I say in a few seconds. So, and many, many more. Some amazing stuff going on here today. And of course, our crown jewel of today is Startup Battle Finals powered by Trinity, where 3 out of 9 startups will be awarded and will be the winners. So, with no further ado, let's start. I want to present our first speaker today. He is Christian Tyler Wolski, ex-salesman, ex-investor, now works as a startup advisor and mentor. So anyone who wants to launch a startup should dream to work with Christian. Christian, please welcome on stage. Yay, yay, yay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I had a bet going yesterday with someone when I said I have a talk at 10 a.m. and he said, oh, that's going to be like, what, 12 people showing up? And so I won. Yeah, it's about 13. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you for letting me talk here. Great, awesome. And great introduction. I spent 7 years in venture capital. I've actually been here at this conference speaking about venture capital for a couple of years. It's my 4th time here now. And I also traveled to other places in Eastern Europe, but also Western Europe. I've done large investments across all of Western Europe, but also the US. My fund, the big VC fund that I was with, was a investor in Spotify and other larger European startups. I then changed my role to a smaller VC, and then last year I call it no VC. Basically working as an advisor, as a mentor, and consultant. And that also gave me some time to think, and specifically rethinking the VC business model. And there's a couple real insights that I've realized that weren't clear to me before, partly because I was stuck in my own world. I was stuck in my own blinds, and I drank my own Kool-Aid, as you say. And I wanted to share some of these thoughts with you, because some of it can greatly affect your own startup, your own future, and your own wealth creation, frankly. This is something that we all know. We live in a new era of tech. This is really important because it'll really go straight into what I'll be talking about later, about early stage SaaS startups, right? We have incredibly massive scale on mobile, on platforms, radically reduced costs. It costs 10 times less to start a company than even like 5 or 10 years ago. It's just amazing, right? You have increased growth velocity. I've seen a lot of companies grow from 0 to, say 100,000 MRR in a couple months, some, even a year. And this is something that just didn't really happen before because it took a much longer time to build it first and then to start launching it in the market. And that now has come down to 300, 600, 900 development hours to actually build an application layer SaaS product that allows you to monetize. And that is something which has changed. At the same time, we have a phenomenon in the market that I call the VC funding model non-compatible with SaaS startups. I work as an advisor with a couple smaller startups, early stage SaaS startups that do 20, 30, 40,000 in MRR, which is break even with the founders, or actually some of them highly profitable because there's only 2 founders. And not only do they not want to raise venture capital, but they also don't really need to raise venture capital. And in fact, if they were to go out to raise venture capital, they would probably get a lot of rejections because the market that they're addressing is just not large enough in the fantasy world of the VC. And that is something that I call that narrow focus here on specific patterns, which is, it needs to be an extremely awesome team. It needs to be an ultra large market. It needs to be mega scalable. And the moment you don't have any of that, especially awesome team, you basically, you fall through. Then the other thing that a lot of founders are not happy with anymore is the high cost of early stage equity dilution. Basically, you go out and in a pre-seed or seed round and you're giving up 20%. 9, 12, sometimes 18 months later, you raise more money, you're giving up another 10 to 20%, sometimes even more. And every time, there's a liquidation preference that goes on top of that. And then things may not turn out as in your own projections and in your own fantasy world, and you realize that you may have to, sell the company for just, slightly more than the amount of money that you raised, or just the amount, or even less. And all of a sudden, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of work turn into no equity or no proceeds on the equity. And that is something that I have seen personally in exit proceeds in the funds that I worked with, and it's something that honestly sometimes it feels very sorry because it just didn't work out. But to the VC it doesn't really matter, whereas to the founders it matters a lot. The other thing is strong pressure to pursue aggressive growth, right? When you raise that money, they want you to spend that money, right? It's marketing, it's hiring more people, it's hiring salespeople. And very often, what I see personally in the startups that I work with is, sometimes it's just, 5, 8, 9, 10% growth per month. It's just fine. And you actually shouldn't be doing a whole lot about it and not invest into more or hyper growth, as we like to call it. So that is something where it also comes down to the comfortability level of the founders with their own startup and what they want to create. And the moment you take on venture capital, there's this immense pressure to actually spend that money and then in 18 months from now, raise more money. Honestly, something I would really think hard about. And then something that I, specifically with first-time founders or also in Eastern Europe, in the Baltics, extremely lengthy and painful process on raising money. It is really hard. It is really, sometimes bordering on, someone called it prostitution. It's, you have to pitch 1,000 times, you get 999 rejections, and then there's maybe one guy that says yes, and you actually don't even like him, you don't get along, but you say, okay, it's my only option. Not a great setup. It can be also on the terms. You're not familiar with these terms, right? Like liquidation preference and share prices and all these things and pre-money valuation, which is there's a lot of resources out there. I'm not saying it's hard to get into it. It is possible, but the VCs have done this. They do this on a weekly or monthly basis, whereas you don't. You're focused on your product, so something that's not helpful either. So there's some more summarized here. There's one more thing. I call it the need to produce outsized returns. The moment you raise money from a VC, you are adopting their business model. And that business model is per fund, 1 or 2 outsized returns, and the rest kind of returns the money or nothing. And the ones that return the money are the ones where you get screwed as a founder, frankly. Screwed in the sense that the VC gets the money back, but you don't get any. And then there's a couple of write-offs, which actually doesn't happen too much. It does happen, especially on like mega fundraisers and blowout rounds where money gets spent in a very fast way. But in the SaaS world with predictable revenue, it's not exactly what happens a lot. But anyway, still, you have to produce those outsized returns in order to fulfill the VC's business model. And that is something where you are adapting to them, but they're not adapting to you. Yeah, I call it's like a drug. You need more shots, right? You start once, you're expected to spend the money. 18 months later, you need more money. frankly, there's more organic ways of growing that. And a lot of the fixation that we have with venture capital is on these Silicon Valley parameters. It's the valuation, the amount of money that you raise, the way you're spending it, the way you're raising more money from other larger VC funds. The problem, though, is if you're not actually in Silicon Valley with your startup, the chance to get acquired by someone who is willing to pay on the acquisition side those, upside returns, even in startups that are actually failures, right? You're screwed, because we just don't have that acquisition ecosystem. People or larger companies are not yet in the habit of systematically buying startups, even the ones that consider not great successes, that had raised 10 million and get sold for 20, or even only just 10. It's not a great success, right? In terms of the VC thinking. In Silicon Valley, those companies get acquired all the time for talent, for technology, insourcing innovation, and that is something that doesn't happen in Europe yet at scale. There are some Americans that come over to Europe to buy companies. There are some Americans buying. I'm not saying it doesn't happen at all, but it doesn't happen at the scale that we need in order to make sure that those founders get absorbed into larger companies. So I said I spent a lot of time thinking the last 12 months, and one thing is that that I've come to terms with or rethought my own assumptions is, for example, the way we work. Bootstrap founders. I've met great bootstrap founders doing 20, 30,000 MRR that work 4 or 5 hours a day. And they're specifically saying, I don't want to take on investors because they would expect me to work more, but I don't want to work more. This is how I want to run my company. I have 6 employees. We're growing at a solid 3, 4, 5% a month, and I'm happy with that. And I own the company 100%. I mean, seriously, who here would love to own a 20, 30,000 MRR company? Hands up. No one? 2, 3, 4, 5 people. And the others all want to raise millions of dollars, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Okay, I'm pulling a leg, I know. So, in the past, VCs used to call that lifestyle business. And it was like, the dirty little cousin of entrepreneurship. Honestly, I think it's the way to go. And the very small subset of companies that qualify for venture capital equity money are the ones that can go for venture capital and produce super outsized returns and create the big stories that we read on TechCrunch. Remote work, it's something that also I've revised my assumptions on. I work with a company right now called Hotjar as an advisor. There are 40 people, they're based out of Malta, and they knew from the beginning that in Malta they wouldn't be able to attract the talent that they needed. So from day one, everyone in the company worked remote. Even the couple of guys that are based in Malta do not work from an office in Malta, they work from home. So everyone's remote. And now they have 40 people, of which 6 are in North America. The majority is in the European time zones. And they work all remote, and it works. And they're scaling the company nicely, very, very relatively slowly, organically scaling the company in terms of revenue, but also people. And that is something that I have, revised my own thinking. Profitability is one of those things. The VC world, obviously, equity is there to fund that, what we call the J curve, the curve that is below the break-even line. I've, also Hotjar and a couple others, I see 10, 20% EBITDA, the money being reinvested. Actually, money at the end of the month on the bank account actually keeps increasing. And I'm like, awesome, you just don't change anything. Don't take on money, the pressure will be there. Don't hire too fast, just leave it the way it is and grow with the 5% that you have. Build from anywhere. One of those things, the Silicon Valley fixation, then it was the London fixation, Berlin, and the other capitals in Europe. I think you can build from anywhere. You could be sitting in Gran Canaria. I've met great bootstrapped entrepreneurs building proper B2B SaaS products in Gran Canaria, in Las Palmas. And or anywhere else in Eastern Europe. I mean, we are part of that build from anywhere in a way here, right? And then one thing that's come really dear to my heart is, and I'll talk about that a bit more, is focus on one versus multi-project. Many of these bootstrapped entrepreneurs had more than one project going. So they were working, 1 day a week on this project, doing 10,000, 20,000 MR, and the other one was, doing a little less or a little more or whatever. The point is you have more than one project. If you take on VC money, there's only one project that you're working on, and it's that one. In fact, I've had plenty of situations where founders had still meddled in other startups or in previous businesses, whether it's like an old economy business or whatever, where they were asked to either leave that business or transition their shares to a trustee or all kinds of weird things, because the VCs need you to focus on this one business that you're working on that they funded. Because it's a conflict of interest, which I bought into as well. Actually, in a way, I still do. Because when the shit hits the fan, and in your old business, are you coming into work into my business that I funded, or are you going to the other business in the morning? So there's a conflict. So that thing, the multi-project thing, though, allows you to build a portfolio, right? Because if you fail in the one business that the VC funded, you're done. Failure culture and whatever, restarting, you can all do that. But the point is you just wasted, 3-4 years, you maybe gained some experience, you maybe even had yourself paid a salary from the VC equity. That's all great, but the point is it was not a success. You did not create wealth for yourself and your employees, by the way. So that multi-project thing, right? Anyone know that show, Big Bang Theory? Come on. 1 guy, 2 guys, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, a lot. Great. Awesome. I love it. One of my favorite shows. I've watched everything. And it's a lot of episodes, right? So you imagine how much time I spent on that on Netflix. You know the episode names, right? The way they're structured. It's not about these ones in particular. It's just the way they're structured. It's about something typically, scientific, and something about, romance or emotional. And there is a great title that I came up with to describe that one major VC versus founder disbalance that I just talked about. The focus on one versus multi-projects, and I call it the exclusivity asymmetry. And the point is, the VC needs you, or requires you to be exclusive with your project, right, to them. But they get to build a portfolio, and they're not exclusive with you. So, imagine it's a female VC, right? You're exclusive with her, but she's not exclusive with you. Why would you do that? I mean, would you do that in real life? No, you wouldn't. So that's something that I've been thinking about a lot, and that's why I think staying bootstrapped, building multiple projects, may be the better way to go, unless you have that grand, deep tech, platform idea that requires a lot of equity to fund the development process and then the rollout process. The other thing is, I'm the business side guy. I look at the stats too. And a couple of years ago, and this is representative, I've done a lot of research on M&A statistics. And you can't see my laser here, but if you focus on you probably can't read it either. But the point is, let me just summarize it. 82% of all exits in software are below $100 million. And they divide very nicely into 40% up to the $10 million range, and then the other 90% is another 40%. So the point is, 40% of all exits are under $10 million. 40%. And if you add that up, relatively, that 40% below 10 million creates more value than the next bracket, right? Which is about $3 billion, and just up to the 10 million is $0.6 billion. Anyway, just to complicate it, the point is, what is the likelihood that you will fall in the up to $10 million exit or above that? And even 20 or 30 doesn't mean that you will make a lot of money. just because you might have raised 10 or 20 million, right? And then the VC gets their money back, and you don't. So, long story short, think about the stats and the likelihood of certain outcomes. It's how the world works. It's how your DNA works, right? You have 60% chance to get something, and you may or may not, or a 90% chance. So that's when I thought about these things more, the bootstrapped entrepreneurs, and those outcomes. And then I found something that I hadn't really seen before either, before the last 12 months, which is there are marketplaces, brokers essentially, that sell websites. They started in the past with small lead gen businesses, like Amazon FBA, Dropship, or whatever, all kinds of relatively simple web businesses, by the way, which can be greatly profitable too. And they've, over the last couple of years, they started focusing on SaaS too. And I realized that there is an M&A market in the sub $5 million category, which I had never paid any attention to. And in that category, typically companies are acquired, not acquired for talent, as what we hear, right? When we hear that acqui-hire concept from Silicon Valley that may have kind of come over to Europe, more or less. But these companies are typically acquired for bolt-on to some existing business because it makes sense, or for cash flow and growth by actually a tech entrepreneur that has made money in the past, has a new idea, looks for it, researches the web, and then sees that a small web business that does already 20 or 30,000 in MRR is being for sale by some other entrepreneur, and he says, "Hey, I'm just going to buy that and develop it further because that's easier and saves me time than developing my idea from scratch, because you might as well save the 6 months or 9 months or whatever of development." So that's something that was new to me, to be honest. The other thing, what I found out when I researched a lot of the entrepreneurs on those marketplaces, like I had them send me their teaser, and I researched the companies and the entrepreneurs, even talked to some of them. All of them spend 2 days or less on these actual projects, which do, as I keep repeating myself, 20 or 30,000 MR, or sometimes only 5,000, but because they all have other projects they're working on. And the number one reason for selling is not because they're bored or something, or they need money. It's simply because they want to focus on some other project and could reinvest the money, or 1,000 other reasons. But the point is they have more projects running. So I did even a little listing, and again, you may not be able to read it, but the point is there is, when you look at it, it's all application layer SaaS. It's something that you can build relatively quickly, and you can launch tomorrow, and then you have the first customer tomorrow. And it could be a blog software for like a SaaS blog software on Evernote. It could be email automation. It could be a simple business intelligence tool. It could be an online payments tool. It could be sales CRM. It could be workflow automation, data extraction, auto dealer, like a car dealership software, monitoring of third-party seller feedback on Amazon. So all kinds of ideas that typically come from someone who has spent some time in this, or maybe as a developer, or has built another product and realized, hey, this kind of makes sense, but we can't put it into this product, so we might build another product, And then they do, look at it, 2,000 MR, 3,000, 4,000, 6,000, 7,000, 30,000, 80,000, 200,000. And so just to give you a little indication, obviously, the more growth there still is, the higher the sales price, the multiple on that revenue, right? And again, these are 2 or 3 people companies. I researched the founder structure. 1 founder, 3 founders, 2 founders, 2 founders, 3 founders, 1 founder, 1 founder, 2 founders. And they're selling it for $1 million. 2 founders, $1 million, 2, 3, 4 years of work. They have another project going. What do all these founders or all these companies have in common? What's the one thing that they have in common? No investors. That's the big difference. And that will make the difference in your pocket after these couple of years. And it doesn't even have to be 4 years. It could be 2 years. Pretty reasonable launch, especially with what I described earlier, with all these platforms available and all these APIs, all these mashups that you can think of that make sense, and then you put a nice layer on top of it, and you're done. There are companies, Stripe, one of those things, right? It's for developers. There's some guys who developed an interface to make non-developers be able to implement Stripe. Checks off. There we go. So, how do you keep investors out then if you have a running company and you have this temptation, because there's conferences like this, there's local seed funds, and they're all telling you, hey, take some money from us. Which, by the way, I'm not arguing against that, right? It's okay if you want to do that, then do that. But there are other ways. There's loans. That's one thing. Just make sure you're not mortgaging your parents' house or your own house if you have one, or apartment or anything like that. Don't sign any personal guarantees. I've seen it in the past, and it can get very nasty. One thing, and that's relatively new, is what a new category, well, actually the category's been around forever, right? Non-dilutive capital. But the point is that there are new concepts in that world. And one thing is a company called Lighter Capital out of Seattle, and they give you what they call a revenue-based loan, revenue-based finance. So they give you a loan, and they take, starting the next month, a percentage of your revenue that pays back their loan. And there's no further guarantees or warranties or anything like that. So basically, it's like venture debt, but for a category below venture debt, because venture debt, first of all, it goes on the bottom line, so it comes out of profits, the repayment. And the other thing is that it comes, or out of cash flows. And the other thing is that it typically includes warranties and these kind of things. And it also applies to larger companies. And they also like to invest only in companies that have equity financing from reputable VCs. So these guys are really looking for startups that I just described. 20, 30,000 MRR, 10% or 5% growth per month, no outside investors, we'll give you a loan, and that's a quote, they'll give you a loan, and we go, there we go. So there's a real world example in plain English. You have 20,000 MRR for at least 3 months, and some net growth, they'll give you cash advance, 50,000, 60, 70,000, so it's about a third of your annualized revenue in return for about 5% of your top-line revenue for about 3 years. There's, of course, there's a model behind that, and they have all these variables until you've paid back about twice the borrowed amount. Now you're thinking, twice? Wait, I can get a loan from, some government agency here that gives me a loan for like 2% per year, guaranteed for, I don't know, 10 years or something. Yeah, maybe. Not everyone can do that. In fact, many of these, government agencies, some of them are focused on startups, most of them are not, and if you come there with your international SaaS startup and you say 90% of my revenue is from abroad, and we're selling this, I don't know, blog software, they look at you like, and they just don't understand, right? The point is, there's no guarantees in here, it's flexible, it's founder-friendly. The point is, there's no dilution, there's no liquidation preferences. You pay that money back, you're done. So yeah, that's probably the gist of what I wanted to tell you. I've seen a lot of insanely funded startups that went bankrupt, some insanely funded too that were very successful. But bootstrap startups, I've never seen anyone go bankrupt. Never. I mean, they may flatten their growth, right? They plateau at some point. Maybe the product isn't as exciting. It plateaus at some point, there's no further growth, and the entrepreneur decides to, at some point, sunset the startup. Basically, he says, emails all the customers and says, hey, we've been thinking about it, and we're just not going to continue the project. Feel free to use the product, but don't expect any support, something like that. But they don't go bankrupt. And the money just keeps rolling in as long as people keep paying for it. And if there is, the churn will naturally take care of it. Yeah, that's the gist. Right on time, before you raise money from VC funds, talk to me, and enjoy your multi-project lifestyle business with nice cash flow. That's it. Thank you.
So, thank you, Christian. Do we have some questions in the audience?
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, so I have a question for you. So you train startups to pitch, and today we'll have a pitch battle, and it will be the finals. So what short advices can you give to our competitors today?
Wow, okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Probably the number one thing is keep it short. Keep it, not short, sorry, concise, which means short but with the essential information. And at the same time, be confident, right? If you start, melting, then that it's visible. People see that, and then, I have some empathy, really. I have a lot of empathy for that because I've been on those larger stages too. But yeah, keep that going, put that adrenaline push in there. And be confident. If in doubt, you're even unsure about your own slides, just run over them and be confident. That's probably the number one advice. Like, unless you have time to prepare. But okay.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there you have it.
One question.
Oh, really? The first one today. I congratulate you, sir. Oh, it doesn't work.
Oh, hello. Thanks for the great presentation. You mentioned that we can contact you. So if I have a question, would you reply to me?
Of course. Now, if you're one of the 150 LinkedIn invites that I have not replied to, and you're insinuating that, then I apologize. But what it always helps is putting a little note in there and saying, hey, we met at the conference, that particular conference, and we talked about this and that, and I'd like to connect, and right? That's really helpful because, I get a lot of LinkedIn requests from people I've never met, and then sometimes I accept them if there's somewhat an interest that I can identify, and sometimes I don't, frankly, because I'm like, we've never met, and you sell cars, why should I accept you? So.
Okay, because of the problem I have right now is that actually I would like to raise a small amount of money, in international terms, yeah, just to basically bootstrap my startup, to fund the product itself, to build it, yeah. And I don't need money for salesmen and whatever, just a very small amount just to start. And this is where the problem arises, yeah, because all these VCs, they look very high. Yeah, they aim, multi-million growth and so on and so on.
Yeah, but even the business angels that you should be addressing are going to be looking for that because they eventually, what they want is to upsell their stake in your business to the next investor that invests at a higher valuation. That's a typical business model, right? So they're not, I'm not saying they're selling their stake, they're upselling in terms of the book value. So they want someone to invest more money at a higher valuation later on. And that is already, that's the first shot you're taking right here, right? I'm not joking. Which means you need more money, unless you really design the company and also the valuation for that business angel around the concept of a cash flow business or a business that allows to take out profits, or if it's a high gross margin business, even to take money out of the revenue stream. Honestly, I would try to look for other ways to fund the very early stage because all you have is an idea right now. If you go to someone and say I have an idea for X, and they say okay, I'll give you some money for that, but what's the valuation? And you say it's 3 million. Or the cap on the note is 3 million, which is the same thing essentially. And they say, okay, but honestly, your idea, I mean, yeah, if I could hire you right now and that would cost me 50,000 a salary or something, right? So try to find some other way. Try to find some money from some research grants, maybe out of your own salary from a full-time job. You pay a developer to, to execute on your idea.
This is how it works right now.
I know, but trust me, in the long run, it's healthier. Unless you're super confident and you can raise money like that. I'm not saying it doesn't work. Feel free. But then you will have money in your company on liquidation preferences, and if your idea doesn't work as planned, then you will have lost the business angels' money. And if there's ever someone going to buy your project at very little money, then you're not going to see any returns.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Christian, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it is my big pleasure to present to you Zvika Kezurer, advisor on establishing sales channels and strategies, assisting in fundraising, chairman for the Lithuania-Israel Technology Hub, mentor and advisor. Actually, he's the guy you want to learn from if you want to simply make money. So please welcome Zvika on stage.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming over at such early time. Really appreciate that. To tell you a bit about myself, as already mentioned, my name is Zvika Kezurer. And what I wanted to say a little bit on a personal basis, I have a very close relation with Vilnius for a very good reason. That's me with my parents when I was 2 years old, with Bashna Gediminas, as it's called in Russian. I was born in Vilnius, not far away from here. A little bit about my professional experience. In my last 35 years, I spent a lot with the startup community, investment community, did a lot of multinational, multilingual projects, especially in the telco business, all kinds of telcos all around the world, and spent a lot of time with the big companies, smaller companies like IBM, HP, MCN, and so on. What I'm doing today, as I already mentioned, I am a chairman of the Israeli-Lithuanian Technology Hub. I'm the chairman. I'm also the partner in Afterdocs, which is an angel investment group. I am a member and advisory board sitting in sales and channel creation, and a lot of other activities related in this business. What I'm trying to do in the next 25, 30 minutes is to give you a few tips as an entrepreneur, as a CEO of a company, of a small startup that's just starting his journey, a few tips how can he better convince people that have the money to give some of their money to his startup. So first of all, a little bit to give you an idea about funding options. When this company starts running, it's called pre-seed or seed. It's under $1 million, and it can come from family, from friends, from angels, and from incubators. That's like the early stage. Then later, when you go to the next round, there is crowdfunding. You can get some money from your customer if you know how to do that, and from venture capitals. It's between $1 million to $10 million. And then when you really expand from $10 million and up, it could be investment banking, private equity, and of course it could be an exit. Now, you see it's a nice picture. Young people dating. Fundraising is like dating. And my question is there a love from first glance? The answer is yes. And we'll talk about it later in a moment, and you will see that if you and the investor will not fall in love from the first sight, there's no chance that you'll continue to talk. Now I have another question. How much time do you as a CEO need to make the first impression? You see here's the picture, two people waiting for the CEO to come in and to present. Somebody can tell me what is the answer to this question? How much time is it needed to do the first impression? The few seconds from the entrance until you take your place near the table, that's the time to make the first impression. It could be the last impression as well, if it's not good enough. And that was quoted by Uri Levin, which is a co-founder of a company, a well-known company called Waze. Talk about this company later. So maybe it's a little bit exaggerating. It's not this 5 seconds, but it's definitely a very short time that you need to convince the investor to fall in love with you. If it doesn't happen, you need to talk to somebody else. Basically, there are like 5 pillars that actually when you do your pitch to the investor, you need to talk about the team, about an idea, about the industry, business, and the funding. Let's talk about a little bit in each one of them. Best team. Used to be the best team. Not available anymore. So you need to look for something else. The best team that you present, it's like 2 or 3 founders that have a complementary skills. Maybe one of them knows more about business, sales, business. The other one knows about technology. A very good combination. Then you need to demonstrate that you can execute, because the investor wants to get return on his money. If you cannot execute, bad luck. And the people need to be committed to the idea. Of course, they should be motivated, coachable, and so on. A bonus, if some of these investors, some of these entrepreneurs already sold and they're already known in the industry and they could be recommended to the investor, that's definitely a better place to go. You can choose another team, what's called an A-team. People maybe don't know these guys. It was like an American series in the television. Industry. What is your differentiator? You come with a new idea, with a great idea. What is different in your idea from others' idea in the market? Is it the right timing? Maybe it's too late. Maybe it could be a great idea, but maybe it's too late already. The market is big, but is it the growth potential for your idea? Can you be the market leader? New frontiers, new markets. I'll talk about some of them, but you need to find the investor that really is interested in the market that you are presenting, you are pitching to. There are a lot of new markets today: industrial internet, cloud services, social platform, digital currency, mobile services, UAVs, virtual reality, bioinformatics, cybersecurity, wearable, you name it. You need to be sure that you talk to the right person. If they are not interested in this specific industry, they will not talk to you anymore. Then the idea. Is it unique? Is it feasible? Is technology can support it? Is it innovative? Is it patentable? That's a very, very important thing. Because if you come to an investor and he will ask you one of the first questions, what is the technology barrier? That means, how long will it take to somebody else to do the same? You will say, I don't know, 2 years. Okay, so what prevents somebody else to compete with you? I have a patent. Okay, if you have a patent, that's good. A few examples of good ideas. Mobileye, an Israeli company that was sold for a few months for $15 billion to Intel. They had a good idea. They still have a good idea, and hopefully it will change the world. Another example, Waze. The people, most of you probably know them. They did something very, very innovative. What they did, they found a way how to pave new roads. That's a Waze user driving in a road that was never driven before by Waze. And when he drives, Waze knows how to edit on his maps. And the reason that they did this is because when they started to develop their navigation system, the maps are very, very expensive. So they were looking for an idea what can be done in order to avoid buying the maps. And they found this idea. Great idea. They were sold a few years ago to Google for $1.5 billion. Funding. You need to know exactly what type of funding you need, what do you want to cover with this funding, and what you ask for the funding. If somebody gives you, don't know, 1 million, how much of the company you're ready to share with him, to give him as equity? That's a negotiation you need to be prepared to do. And then it should be smart. You shouldn't look for money that somebody invests and doesn't keep any track, doesn't talk to you. You need to look for smart money and smart use of the money. And a good example would be that if you can get an investor that knows about your industry, has an influence in the industry, then the use of the money that he will give it to you will be much better. And also, very important tip, leave some money for a rainy day. Don't spend all the money up front. because there are some situations that you don't know what to expect. Then the business itself. Is it the correct business model? Is it the right value proposition? You will be asked all of this question. You need to be ready to respond. Then, do you have a good sales and partnering execution plan? Partnering is very, very important. You're a small company. You cannot conquer the world all at once. You need to have partners on the ground that will help you to sell, will sell instead of you. And together, we will have more business. Do you have an accurate assessment of technology and future challenges? You need to be ready to answer those questions as well. Is there potential profitable exit for the investor? Again, investor looking for money, for return on their investment. If you can show them that there is a good potential for an exit, it's a good plus. The key for success, and we'll talk about a few tips. That's a scorecard that the company that I work, that I mentioned before, an angel organization, we have a scorecard. This scorecard gives scores, different things, and then at the end we say, okay, this guy will get money from us or will not. If you're smart enough to guess or even to know what is the scorecard of the guy sitting in front of you, you have an advantage. Perfect pitch. As I said before, you don't have too much time to impress. You do it or you fail. You need to be ready for the perfect pitch. And presenter is the key. Because the investor is looking at the presenter. In most of the cases, the presenter is the CEO. Why is he interested in the CEO? Because the CEO reports to him. It doesn't care less about the CTO, about the salesperson, because at the end of the day, the CEO has the full responsibility. So he's looking at the CEO to see if the CEO can bring the business and can bring the results. If the CEO fails, it fails. So usually the one that presents should be the CEO. Not always it does work. And that's something very, very interesting. Again, I'm quoting something that I heard from a presentation by Uri Levin from Waze. He said that usually people think that the road gets to a junction, to the left is success, to the right is failure. So no, it's different. You get to a junction, you either fail or succeed. If you fail, you go to the next junction. You fail again. You go to the next junction, then you succeed. So you should be ready to fail. If it doesn't work, start from scratch, learn from your mistakes, and start again. Then I have another question interesting to you. Let's assume one of you is an investor. And you have two CEOs coming, one is now and the other one half an hour later. The first one is the first startup that he is running. The second one is already the second startup, and the first startup he failed. Which one do you believe the investor will choose to work with? The first one or the second one? The second one. Why? Because the second one did already a few mistakes. He learned from his mistakes. The first one, which is the first time for him, he will do the same mistake again, so better prevent those mistakes. And also you should be brave. It's not for people that are faint in their hearts. And this is Sparta. I hope that people know what is Sparta. It used to be a city in old Greece that people were very, very brave. The ones which were not very brave, they were killed, they were executed, and only the brave people survived. And for you as investors, the sky is your only limit. And I wish to all of you to fly and to be a unicorn. And if people don't know what's a unicorn in this investment jargon means a company that got to a value of $1 billion. That means it became a unicorn. Now I want to share a little bit more things with you related to Israel. At the end of the day, represent Israel. There is study that was done by Deloitte. It's a company that does a lot of different studies. And they made like an index of global venture capital confidence. It's an index between, I believe, 1 to 5. And they measure different parameters. And guess what? US came first. They are big, they are established. Who came second? Israel. So Israel is really a multinational power in this arena. And you're all welcome to learn from Israel. And I can give you one additional tip. We have in Israel a lot of accelerators, a lot of places that startups are working. I really advise to you to come over to Israel for a week, for a month, for 3 months, sit down with those guys, talk with them, mingle with them, see how they work, and hopefully we'll be able to gain more knowledge, more experience for other people, and we'll be successful. I need to, on my last slide, to thank a few companies and people that I gathered some information from them for this presentation. Hope you enjoyed. I wish you to continue to enjoy the show. Thank you very much.
So, do we have some questions in the audience, please?
They are in shock.
Yeah, they are in shock. They're terrified.
Especially because of the time.
Okay, so I will give you a question that concerns
You
I think
give
a
me a
lot
question?
of yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. So imagine I am a startup from Lithuania that wants to succeed in Israel.
Okay.
What should I know about Israeli business culture to be able to do just that?
It's a tough one.
Oh yeah.
I believe that I partially answered already in my one of the last slides. In order to learn about the culture, not only if you are a startup, you want to learn the culture because you are in the, I don't know, in the music business. You want to learn the culture in India. It's very, very difficult to learn something without being there. You need to be there. You need to meet the people, you need to talk with them, socialize with them, and then you will be ready to understand their mind and to learn from them how to succeed, how to do it.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Zvika, so much.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
I am here until the end of the day. If somebody really wants to continue the discussion, I am here around. You're welcome, and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, you crazy startup people. Next is Ramunė Tumasonytė, digital advertisement guru. She knows everything there is to know about social media and especially Instagram. So we're going to learn what to do with Instagram to make money and how to make a perfect selfie. Well, at least I think so. Ramunė, please, welcome on stage. Greet Ramunė.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you smiling here under the sun. So my background is actually fashion marketing, so I'm going to talk a lot about fashion industry and lifestyle. And if your startup is related to that, that's awesome. If not, then probably I hope you will get some good ideas and inspirations to use for your own industry. Actually, the fashion and food industries were the very first ones to use Instagram to the fullest as a platform, as a community. And I've chosen to speak a little bit about how Instagram changed fashion industry and the business game and how businesses are actually changing a lot their strategies from the, making the products and communicating about it and making the sale. And to start with, I don't know if many of you have noticed that nowadays you can actually forget the models in the magazines. They're not the most important or the most influential ones. If you think about it, a lot of fashion houses and creators and brands are now choosing their models according to the number of followers they have on Instagram. The one example would be the Kendall Kardashian or Kendall Jenner. If you've heard about such personality, it's also the case with a lot of Victoria's Secret models. They are chosen mostly because they have huge following. If they have huge following, that means they are interesting personalities, they're pretty, and so on and so forth. But this is an additional value sort of to the brand, to work with the models that have also, they act like a media channel. A lot of brands also create products. Some of them actually create specific items or pieces that would pop in the feed of their own Instagram, of other people's Instagrams. They organize their fashion shows and events so that they would look nice on Instagram. So what the people who come to the event actually would have the content, they would have material to make content on and share the news about the event and about the brand itself. So I see basically 3 ways that Instagram has changed fashion business in a major way. One of them is storytelling. So we know that storytelling is becoming more and more important, right? And for everyone. Especially it is important for a startup because you're new, you're creating something innovative, and people may not notice its difference from the other ones. People may not even realize that they have a problem you're trying to solve, right? So you have to tell a story, and you have to be very efficient in it. Instagram happens to be the perfect platform to tell stories. And when you tell story on Instagram, it's not only one post that has the story. You have the continuous story and story all over, right? And they stay on Instagram actually for a lot longer than compared to Facebook. On Twitter, I'm going to tell a little bit more about that later. The great example is Warby Parker. Actually, a lot of accounts on Instagram with fashion brands, they have introduced topics of lifestyle and talking about who is their customer, right? They talk about recommendations where their audience should go to try a meal, where the events they should go to, what do they do in their free time, and so on. So this is not only talking about the product, it's telling the whole story about who that person buying this brand is and what he might be interested in. The second one is that a lot of content and a lot of product selling is actually done by the consumers themselves, especially on Instagram, right? It is said that good marketing is when other people tell about your brand when you're not in the room, right? When they talk good about you. So now it has actually changed, and the brand with the transparency and the openness, which is the third major way the Instagram has changed the industry. The brand actually can be in the room. He can listen to what people are saying, how they're reacting to things, and to items and to events the brand is making. And they can actually join the conversation. So one of the examples is Urban Outfitters that have included the user-generated content in their website, in their e-shop or e-store where you buy clothing. So people who buy from Urban Outfitters, they buy the piece of clothing and then they use a specific hashtag and their pictures appear next to the sales product, right? So when you are looking for the product, let's say on the e-store you have chosen the skirt, and next to the professional photo shoot pictures from all sides and the product description, you can see other real people who have bought the item, how this item looks in different background situation, how it looks in real life. And that makes the users create the sales process, right? So you appear on the brand's e-store, and you are doing the selling as well with your content. So a lot of people do that to be noticed, of course. And fans love to create content for a lot of brands. The other example would be Marc Jacobs. Last year, year and a half ago, in 2014, fall-winter campaign, he organized the model competition, sort of. 9 people who have shared pictures with specific hashtag have been chosen to be the faces of the campaign. So that's also one part, how brands are including users and how users are actually shaping the whole business, right? They become part of the business doing it and selling the product and representing it. This is an example of Alice and Olivia, whose Instagram account is talking a lot about production and a lot about inspirations, how their product has been created, why it has been created, what was the process, what were the decisions that changed probably the product from the very first idea and how it came to the end. So it gives a lot of openness to the production and creation process. So users and buyers are also included to react on everything, right? And of course, a lot of times, this being that open is risky, and because brand loses control. It loses control what other users post on their website, right? Because they use a specific hashtag, how they would react to any of your posts or any of your actions, because you are showing a lot more of those. So you lose the control, but you also can sort of facilitate the conversation. And as a marketer, I know myself that actually brands were never in control. Even if you weren't in that room, you couldn't control what people were talking about you. And now when you can be in the room and you can hear it, you can react and make decisions accordingly, right? So more about Instagram. Why am I fascinated about it, and why I've actually worked with a couple of startups within fashion and lifestyle. And that's when precisely I got interested in Instagram. It's because it's actually very effective, and it has grown a lot during the last 2-3 years. And so it goes that Instagram, as of right now, has the highest engagement rate among the social networks for the average brand. So, of course, there are brands that are very successful, and there are those that are not. Mostly, those who are not successful, they're not putting a lot of effort or attention to Instagram. That's what I am thinking. And the engagement on average is 10 times bigger or more intense than on Facebook. It's 54 times bigger than on Pinterest, and even 84 times than Twitter. And all that comes to the fact that we actually post a lot more posts on those platforms, right? We post huge amount of tweets, and we do a lot of pictures on Pinterest. And then Facebook probably is the one that we post less, but it's counted that actually average user posts 2 posts per day on Facebook. And then on Instagram, you post only once. That's the average amount. But that's why the engagement is much higher on Instagram when you post far less pictures, right? And it is researched that 65% of top posts that were posted by the brand feature the product. So that actually means that people prefer to see products from the brands or in the brand account. And actually, lifestyle content has less of an engagement. It has 43% only. And images that were retweeted or reposted, reshared from influencers, they have only 29% of engagement. So that's twice less than the product presentation itself, right? And actually, Instagram is now a product search engine because 50% of Instagram users, they research products on Instagram. So if a person has Instagram account, it is very likely that once he hears about a new product from anywhere, from magazine ad or radio or online campaign, he would, or half of them would research the product, and they would go and they would type in the hashtags. They would want to see how this product actually looks in real life. People who are buying this product, what they are saying about this product, and so forth. Also, Instagram turns out to have 11 times more return on investment compared to any other digital media. How can that be? So unlike any other campaign, let's say Google AdWords or Facebook page post or banner campaign, its life is a lot shorter than Instagram picture. It is there for the moment, and then there's gone. When you finish the campaign, when you stop advertising it, mostly people or users, they do not go too far down your Facebook page content, and they don't see it, and they don't interact with it anymore. Here's an example of a blogger who has posted the lipstick, the news about new lipsticks, right, and the new brand. And this was posted on February. Once it was up, on the same day, it received 5,000 likes. And as of yesterday, it has almost 12,000 likes, and it's still growing. That means that even after a few months, that would be 3 months, right? People find the content, and they would interact. And actually, there are more interactions over the next few months than on that same day. So that means that the content lives longer, and is still useful and seen, and people love to interact with it still. So also there's an interesting fact that 92% of people actually respect or they're interested in opinions about products, recommendations from other people, even if they don't know them. And that makes it that if a person sees a user-generated photo on Instagram and the review, or maybe even none of the review at all, even if someone sees that somebody else has used this product, the chances of you converting that person who has seen the picture is 4.5% higher, and it goes up to 9% if a person interacted with a picture. So everyone who is liking influencers' photo with a product, probably you can motivate them to buy the product and try it out. We are now living in the experience economy, I would say. Everyone wants authentic experiences, right? With the services and with products and with the way we live. We want to get surprises and the real emotions everywhere with everything we do. And the problem with that is that no brand can actually provide anyone with authentic experience, because authenticity is something that is created within us, right? It's how we perceive things and how we feel when we see or experience something. So how I see Instagram or overall influencer marketing is helping out with this is the brand can never create experience to you, but people, when they observe other people using the products and living a certain lifestyle, they then can identify themselves with the group. So if I see a certain group of people and I see how they live, how they interact, okay, they use this product, then I can easily decide if I can join, if I am one of them, if I would want to be one of them. And then when you see other people experiencing authentic experiences you can, perceive as having one yourself. Another thing about influencers, I would say that an influencer is actually a small agency, because, especially on Instagram, if you are working with a person who has a high following, that one person is a model, a copywriter, a creative, a photographer, a graphic designer at times, a strategist, analyst. He knows everything about his account and his audience. So that, in my opinion, makes him a small agency. And if a brand, a startup in particular, if he can work with a lot of these influencers and a lot of people, that would account as working with a lot of agencies, right? Especially if you actually work with a lot of people that generate content for you and for your website and do the selling for you, that means that you have 100 agents in a way, and that was never possible before. So why do I think that's good news for startups, all of that I've been mentioning before? Well, first of all, to be successful on Instagram, you need to understand the technology and the way that it's going. You have to embrace the storytelling. And as I said, it's very important to work on storytelling for startups. Startups, as well as Instagram leaders, they are willing to challenge the rules and try new things. And Instagram marketing and content marketing overall is not matured yet. It's just started. So there are no certain rules. You have to experiment a lot. You have to be willing to experiment a lot. And you have to be committed to try a lot of different channels. And by this, I actually now mean a lot of influencers, because if you start working with them, it's likely that not 100% of them would be your fit or good fit for you. The important thing is data to analyze. Actually, when I work with traditional businesses, they don't base a lot of actions or strategy on data, and startups are exactly that. We make decisions based on data, we build our strategy based on data, and good news, Instagram has a lot of data. Why? Because most of the content on Instagram, the vast majority of the accounts are public. And you can get the data if you're willing to, if you know what to look for. You can find and analyze. Actually, computer scientists and engineers now can analyze all of this data about the profiles, about the hashtags, about the topics, about the visuals, and they can say a lot about the person. They can actually predict how the person would act in a certain situations, what kind of problems he might have in a half a year or a year. So that's very valuable information. I don't know if you've heard about Target. A few years ago, there has been a news that Target has sent baby coupons to a girl that was pregnant, but 2 weeks before her father got to know that she's pregnant. How come is that? So Target is using data analysis to see the certain patterns of how their buyers are choosing the products, how their patterns are changing, and if some certain things have changed in the last 2 weeks, let's say, they would interpret that something is changing in that person's life. So even if that girl is not buying or suddenly start buying baby products, they might predict that, okay, she's done this, she's bought that, perhaps she's pregnant, we have to send her coupons. So that's what happened, and that was funny. So what would be my advice to working with influencers? Because now they are, I would think, worth of the investment for startups. First of all, I would recommend focusing on micro influencers, so the ones that have smaller following. The higher the following, the less of the engagement. The bigger the audience, the more varied it would be less focused. So if you know exactly what kind of audience you're targeting, it would be smart to find perhaps more of the influencers, but the ones that have very specific focused audience, and start working with them and then build your way up. Important thing is to give your influencers breathing room, meaning if you look at the influencer as the agency, you have to give them a briefing, you have to give a guideline, what's your goal and what do you want to achieve. But then you have to let them do the creative, and you have to let them talk the way they talk, because only that would ensure that you actually will create that authentic experience that I mentioned before, right? If that would be specifically your guided, very strict campaign, it will not work, because that would smell like a brand and smell like an advertising. Of course, a lot of audiences, they know and they do realize that a lot of influencers, they get money for promoting things, but they also know that the goal of the influencer is actually to make a connection and not a sale, because he's not the one who's selling, right? It's not his product. So the trust there is a lot higher. So you have to be willing to give space for that person to work with this audience the way he knows best. And another thing is making it Instagrammable. Me, myself, I have 39,000 followers on Instagram. And I do get sent certain products to try out, and brands expect me to advertise them. The one thing or the mistake that I noticed a lot of the time, when someone sends me a package with the products, it wouldn't be too hard to make it look Instagrammable the way I name it, right? Make a pretty box, put something nice in it, so that when I open it, I can instantly picture it, upload it to Instagram stories, share, that experience and surprise and joy of getting a present and so forth. And if it's not pretty, I will not picture it. Doesn't matter if it was paid for or not paid for. I mean, about creating the tools for the blogger, for the influencer, to actually present your product in the best way possible. If you send it in a, ugly-looking box, that's how it will represent itself. So you have to think about how to make it representable, and so that it would communicate what you actually want to communicate to the end user, right? And the last advice would be to prioritize your community. Oftentimes, when a brand is working with influencer, he would do that part very well. And then the influencer would do the campaign, and everything looks great, and everyone likes the product, people are engaging, maybe even sales are there, right? They're coming. But a lot of brands do not do their part. They do not create a community on their Instagram account, or they do not try to interact with the people that engaged with the influencer's post, right? They posted comments. Why brands do not go there and answer to the comments, include themselves in the conversation? That's not too hard, but I see that a lot of brands forget that. And community, of course, is very important, because those personal interactions, when brand is replying to your comment, when the brand is going to your account and seeing that you're drinking coffee and wishes you to have a nice day, that's an authentic experience. That's creating a relationship. So I would sum up that working with the influencer is a great way to introduce your product to the market. But now, when you've done that, it's up to you if you are creating a relationship with the person, or you're just letting him hang there. So I wish everyone to try it out and actually to pay attention how influencers and how some of the fashion brands are acting in the social network. And good luck.
Questions, please, audience. Okay, we have a question. Nice.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your presentation. It was interesting, and we didn't hear your personal story. 39,000. What's your main secrets to get this thousands of followers?
I'm sharing a lot of that in my blog, actually. So if you're interested, I specifically chose not to talk about myself and try to give value to you. If you're interested, find me in Google and read my blog. I have a few posts about that, but basically it's actually 3 years of work every day. A post every day. That's how you learn.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, you gave a lot of data about Instagram, and what is kind of the source? From where did it come?
So each slide had a source written below. So I don't know, probably the videos will be available. I would probably use this presentation as well and spread it on my own social networks. So you'll find that. A lot of data is from social media, metrics companies, yeah. And some of it is from Instagram itself.
Okay, cool. So, Ramone, I have a question. You were sorry, you were talking about user-generated content, and yes, of course, it can be a really powerful tool indeed. Okay, there's a ton of success examples, but Lithuanian social media users are not so keen to generate content for other brands, right? So how to engage your audiences properly to simply make them generate content for you?
Yeah, so actually I think first of all, it's what I've mentioned. It's not making it Instagrammable. I see that, companies just don't think, how can I create something amazing so that no one who walks by cannot take a picture of it? It's that basic, actually. And sometimes brands do not ask it. If there's an e-store and they are sending you a package, you bought something, they could add a card or put it on the box. Our hashtag is this. Sometimes that's all it takes. I see that Lithuanian brands don't work too much on it. That's because in global context, we are late with the interests on Instagram. It has just started last year, I would say. And the bloggers, they sort of pop out only last year, but some of them, they're working for 5 years, 7 years, right? So yeah, I think it's coming. The brands will work more with it, and people would engage more as well.
Cool, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please show some love for Ramune. Yeah. Okay, now we will make a break till 12 o'clock. So, see you then. Amar, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Let's clap, let's clap. Woo!
Hello, Lithuania. Great to see you. It's the first time this kind of environment. Very nice, relaxing. I'm really enjoying it. I'd like to talk about Europe, about the scale-up ecosystem in Europe. A lot of numbers give you a feeling what's happening in our continent. If you look to scale-ups and startups, the place to be globally, by far, is so-called Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley has 20,000 technology companies, small and big and very, very big. But Silicon Valley is not a city, it's a region. If you look to San Francisco and San Jose, it's not much bigger than Vilnius. It doesn't have to be really big to be great. If you look to Europe, the #1 spot for startups and scale-ups is the city of London. It's about 8,000–9,000 technology companies in the city. But then again, London is a big city, about 10 million people living there. After London, you might be surprised, it is Paris. Paris is smaller than London, but quite close to the size of London. Yet, nobody thinks about Paris as a tech city. They're quite bad in marketing, but they are very, very good companies. The next city in Europe is also a surprise. That city is Stockholm, a small city from a small country. Once again, you don't have to be big to be really great. After Stockholm, we have Berlin. So last year and this year, Stockholm is bigger than Berlin. But then again, Berlin is smaller than London and Paris. They're doing also very well. That's the big picture in Europe and the world. Now, if we look into how much money is being raised, it's a very good proxy for the ecosystem. You see that the UK, despite the Brexit, is by far, 2017, the #1 in capital. It's a place where companies raised a lot of money, 1.8 billion up to last week. It's a lot of money. Germany comes second with 1.6 billion. Then we have France. That makes sense. These are the 3 big economies in Europe. But then you have, once again, Sweden doing very well, bigger than other bigger economies like Italy or Spain. And after Sweden, you have Switzerland. Once again, a small country. Then we have Spain, Austria, and the Netherlands. If you look to the number of deals of investments of at least $1 million, you see a similar kind of breakdown, i.e. the big 3, UK, France, Germany. Then you have Sweden, Spain, Finland, and Belgium. Let me remind you that Sweden, Finland, and my own native country, Belgium, are small countries doing quite well compared to bigger economies. So the message here is, again, is being a small country doesn't mean you can do very well in technology and in funding of these companies. Just a question of ambition and a mindset. Now, if you look to the investments, where is the money going? Last year and this year, once again, the #1 industry is fintech. Fintech is heavily invested in for the 2nd year in a row, by far. The second one, industry for innovation, for technology startups and scale-ups, is health tech. Health tech becomes very quickly digitized as well. Then we have media tech. It makes sense. A lot of things are now digital. Property tech and travel. I met today one of the travel startups. It's one of the industries which has a heavy focus in Europe. If you look to the amount invested, it looks a bit different, i.e. fintech is still #1 by far. 1.5 billion went to fintech scale-ups 2017. The same thing happened last year. But #2 is gaming. Gaming is also booming. A lot of startup scale-ups are raising money and making games, especially in the Nordics. So in the Nordics, gaming is a big thing. Then we have food tech, quite surprising. But then again, you have all this food delivery, like Deliveroo and Takeaway, which really raised a lot of money. They went IPO, some of them. Then we have health tech, and lastly, automotive. A lot of money goes now to so-called autonomous vehicles, artificial intelligence for cars, connected cars. So that's new. Last year, they were not in the top 10. This year, money goes to startups and scale-ups focusing on the automotive industry. Now, if you break it down in terms of what kind of activities we have in Europe, you see on the left-hand side the countries which are B2C oriented, consumer business. They are Italy, Sweden, Germany, maybe surprising, Spain and Austria. But the majority of our ecosystem in Europe is focusing on B2B. Belgium is the highest B2B ecosystem in Europe. So if you want to be in B2B, Europe is a very good place to be. If you look to the average age of a company to raise money, then you see that it takes between 6, 7 years, up to 4 years to raise a Series A. So if you want to scale your company, don't think that you start today with a startup and next year you're going to raise money. It takes a long time to survive. So you need to wait 4, 5, 6 years. Not only wait, you have to survive that before you can really raise money, like a Series A, about €1 million, to raise your business. So it means you have to survive many, many years based on small income, some revenue, maybe some grants, maybe some seed money, business angels, before you can raise money. Too often I see startups, even yesterday, who believe that they're in business for 1 year. They believe they can raise money right now from VCs. It's not the case. It's an exception. You need to be in business to show traction for 4, 5, 6, even 7 years. Some countries it goes faster, some it takes longer. But that's something to take into account. If you're a startup, be prepared to survive for a long time with a very low budget. Now, on the other side, if you look to the cities, Paris has much more deal flow today than any other city in Europe. This year, Station F, the biggest startup co-working space in the world, will open, putting Paris again on the #1 spot, even before London. Then you have Stockholm, let me repeat, it's a small city, doing extremely well, doing better than other bigger cities in Europe. Now, if you look to these companies, how do they make money? If you're a startup, if you're a scale-up here in Europe, how do you make money? Which is the business model. How do you capture value, right? So the #1 is by far a marketplace model. More than 50% of scale-ups and startups using that model bring two parties together to do business and take a commission. So it's the #1 model used by startups and scale-ups to capture value and to make money. Then we have subscription, what SaaS business, cloud business is quite often used. It's a good model, but from a cash flow point of view, not the best model. Then, on #3, we have content-driven. You monetize content in media tech, for instance. We have a studio, which means it's a gaming company. You're making games, you're going to sell them, like movies, which is a studio model. Expensive, takes time before you have money coming in from your customers. Then we have, in fintech, interest charging, i.e. you're giving money and loans, and you charge money for that. We have freemium, not very popular in Europe, i.e. your product is free and you charge for upgrading to a premium version. Who's using Evernote here? Anyone using Evernote? 1, 2, only 2 people? 3, 4, 5, okay. Who is paying for Evernote? Okay, only 1 person is sitting in front. You have to thank him. Because of him, we can all use for free Evernote. He's only paying one. There are only 8% of users paying for it, and he's one of them. And if that's good enough, he's paying for everything else. We get a free ride from this user. Then we have community. So building a community and monetize that, that's quite raising. Much more companies are doing that today. Interesting business model. Then open source, you create software, you put it out for free, and then you add services to monetize it. And then we have crowdsourcing. Today, you can connect with people to mobile phone, you can mobilize them to the number of activities and tasks. These are the top of business models in Europe, but like I said, more than 50% is a marketplace model. Lastly, crowdfunding is similar to crowdsourcing, only here you raise money, small amounts of money for your business. If you look to the Baltics, you see that, no surprise, number one in the Baltics is a marketplace model, followed by crowdsourcing, and then subscription, the top three for all the Baltics countries. Quite similar than the rest of Europe. In terms of technology, you will see that the number one this year is artificial intelligence. Last year, it was not number one, it was number 5. It means it's growing very, very fast. Today, it's all about artificial intelligence. Money is going there. So if you're a startup today or a scale-up, it's important to really considering artificial intelligence because this is where investors believe in and put money on the table. After that, you have data analytics. These two go together. A lot of things are based on data today. Then we have software as a service, cloud model, quite traditional one, I think, in IT for the last 10 years. We have hardware. It's interesting because hardware is hard, and we have a very long tradition in Europe with hardware. If you take, for instance, Raspberry Pi, technology for hardware, it's made in the UK, not in Silicon Valley. If you take Arduino, again, hardware for Internet of Things, for instance, it's made in Italy, not in Silicon Valley. So Europe has a long tradition of hardware. And I believe the same in the Baltics. We have an engineering culture. We're very good in hardware. So for hardware, Europe is a place to be, not in Silicon Valley. Then you have Internet of Things, connecting everything to the internet. It's quite mature by now. We have the app economy, less than before. It used to be like number 3. Today, it's like less focusing on apps. You have the whole API to get data flowing. API is like fundamental now to business models and technology. Blockchain, the hype of last year, every bank was putting money in there. Billions and billions of euros and dollars are going to blockchain. Reality is, blockchain is not there yet. There are only, maybe last year, 10 companies in Europe that raised money using blockchain technology. So it's not validated as a business model. It's too early. It might come next year, the year after, but blockchain is overhyped in terms of validated technology for a business model. It sounds cool and nice, but today it's way too early for blockchain. It might change very fast. Then we have virtual reality and augmented reality in there. Again, it's quite hyped. It looks also very cool, but very, very few companies manage to make money with this technology. Very few investors are putting money on this kind of technology, yet it might change again in the future. And lastly, and very hard, it's robotics. Robotics startups are rare. It's very hard to be a robotics startup. Deep pockets, deep knowledge, typically from university. Everybody talks about robotics, but very, very few manage to create business based on robotics. If you look to the Baltics, once again, you see that number 1 is hardware. So more than the rest of Europe, you're hardware-oriented. You're into hard tech, deep tech. That's a very unique position, which I really would put out as USP for the countries here in the Baltics. Second is blockchain. Again, we're doing more blockchain in average than other countries in Europe, which is a good thing. And then we have software as a service. So the DNA of the ecosystem, Lithuania, but also other Baltic states, is different than the rest of Europe. You're strong in a number of elements. I'll put them forward for investors, for your ecosystem, to really make a difference with the rest of Europe and the rest of the world. Then you have also apps, like everywhere else. Virtual reality, which was quite low, number 10, I believe, in Europe, is scoring, on average, higher in the Baltics than the rest of Europe. Now, if you look to spin-offs from universities and knowledge institutes, there's Cambridge doing very well, and then another couple of other spin-offs, like coming from Zurich, coming from Belgium, coming from Germany, Munich, and you name it. So that's the top 10. Let me give you the names. But in reality, only 8% of scale-ups coming from a university. It means that innovation is happening outside universities. There are exceptions. In deep tech, you might need still universities, infrastructure, like in health tech, for instance. But in general, the majority are not linked to any campus. Of course, to be educated in university makes sense. You're an engineer, for instance. But as a spin-off, the times of universities are over. What about acceleration programs? If you look to the number one here in Europe, I mean, obviously, it's Seed Camp, based in London. It's one of the most famous ones as well. Then you have number two is Numa in Paris, a number of scale-ups generated. Then we have Microsoft Accelerator. It's in 4 or 5 places in the world and 3 places here in Europe. Then we have Vaira. It's owned by Telefonica. It's in 4 or 5 countries. Then we have IMEC iStart. It's one of the best ones that I know, but I'm biased because it's based in Belgium. Then we have a European initiative called KIC. We have Startup Bootcamp in 4 or 5 locations in Europe. We have PI Labs, focusing on property tech in London. We have Entrepreneur First. And lastly, we have 2 US programs for European scale-ups, i.e. Techstars, which is also in London, but also in the US, and 500 Startups, which is a global program. But the majority of them are European. If you ask me, is any of the top 10 in the Baltics? The answer is not yet. So one thing missing to make an impact in the Baltics is programs which have a big appeal to European scale-ups. And I believe with the knowledge you have and the background, the acceleration programs will help the ecosystem in the Baltics to go faster, on the condition that you attract scale-ups for the rest of Europe. Don't be a local-oriented one. Try to be ambitious and bring the world to the Baltic countries. What about investors? The top 10 in Europe, in frequency, number 1 is BPI France. This is a French government vehicle. So the number 1 investor in Europe, 2016 and 2017, is the French government. The number 1 investor in the last 10 years is High-Tech Gründerfonds from Germany, once again a government-backed fund. In other words, it's the government who is the highest investor in scale-ups in Europe, both in Germany and in France. So if you want to have an ecosystem with VCs, you have to have government playing a big role in it. In my own native country, Belgium, the number 1 investor is PMV. It's a government-backed fund as well. The gap for investing in scale-ups, often it's by the government. Number 2 is a private fund, I think the most known one. It's based in Geneva and in London, Index Ventures, the most famous one in Europe that we have. Then you have Global Founders Capital, which is Rocket Internet, backed in Germany. You have Partech Ventures, Kima Ventures, also in France, High-Tech Gründerfonds, the government funds in Germany. You have Local Globe in the UK, Hosbig Ventures, which is in Germany, Baldron Capital in the UK, and lastly, ID Invest in France. Not surprising, there's a link between where investors are and where the ecosystem is. They follow each other. So that's the ecosystem you want to have, to attract capital, but also to have local investors playing a big role. If you look to investors in the Baltics, the most, actually everybody is investing here. I mean, these are the names of the investors in Baltic scale-ups, 2016, 2017. And you see these are very nice names, Atomico, Seed Camp, Excel Partners from the US. So the Baltic scale-ups, the talent we have here, really gets money from pretty much all over the world, being at Korea, being at China, being at the US, being at Europe. This shows to me that there is talent here. To get Excel to invest in the Baltics, it's quite a big thing. To get Atomico, which has its roots in the Baltics, of course, invest is great. To get Union Square Ventures from New York City to come to the Baltics and invest shows to me that you have the talent here. It's all here, it's all available. But, which is great, you also need to have your own VCs. And if you look to the top 1,000 in Europe of investors, unfortunately, it's very, very little from Baltic-based investors. The ones playing a role here is SmartCap, Karma Ventures, and Imprabatur. These three are local Baltic investors, but I would love to see next year a much longer list of 10, 20 local-based investors making a difference for the ecosystem to grow your scale-ups and become really like part of the whole European connected ecosystem. With these last slides, I want to thank you for your time. I hope you get some guidance what's happening in Europe and the Baltics. I hope you get some new insights and perspective. I hope I also inspired you to go for the next level. Thank you so much. Plenty of time.
So, thank you, Omar. And now we continue with Stefan Gleinzer, entrepreneur and investor named the best angel investor in Europe in 2010 and in 2011 by TechCrunch Europe. The first investor and executive chairman of Last.fm. Okay, so please welcome on stage Stefan. Oh, okay, Stefan is ready now. He needs a minute. I should make this or sing you or hum you this awkward elevator music. And let's go. Please welcome Stefan.
Hey there. Good afternoon, gents. Very happy to talk about fintech today. I do it pretty much as a broad picture. First of all, maybe for those who don't know Passion Capital is a pre-seed and seed stage fund based in London. I have the great pleasure of having started this with two partners. One is Eileen Burbridge. She was 10 years in the Valley at the likes of Apple and Yahoo. Before she moved to Europe and became employee number 3 at Skype, where she was responsible for the product. The other partner is Robert Di Giro, whom I sold back in the dot-com bubble, my online auction company to. So all of us, we are former operators / entrepreneurs. I myself never worked for anybody else than my own company since I've left university, and frankly, actually before. In reality, having changed from the entrepreneur to be the dark side investor, it's a terrible job. Because if you strip out the I from passion and put it in front, it means I pass on, and that is the truth, what we VCs do. We see at Passion roughly 250 deals per month, and we meet physically with 70 or 80. And eventually, on average, we invest in 1.1. That means 249 times a month we have to say no, which is super miserable. Because, of course, we love to say yes. It's way nicer. Other than that, my life is beautiful and the job is beautiful because I feel like I'm in a toy store. Yeah? Tons of young people coming up with fresh new ideas. And luckily, we have been able to raise money and are able to invest in the most promising companies. So what I'm going to cover today are these points. Why now? Why do we talk now about fintech? And probably more relevant, why do we care? Where exactly is all this happening? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And what's happening in the next 12 months? Firstly, let me say this might sound exaggerated, but I truly believe this is actually an understatement. We are witnessing and participating in the 4th industrial revolution. It's a big word, I know this. But when we started with Passion back in 2011, 1/3 of our investments, we have a portfolio of 75 companies, 1/3 of these investments are fintech. And we did the majority of these investments before even the term fintech was coined. What's happening with technology right now is literally an unprecedented shift to market forces, supply and demand. Everything changed. I personally started my first company way back in '91, so pre-digital. And it was literally impossible to get any traction outside your hometown, which in my case is Hamburg and northern Germany. It was impossible. That was your network. Fast forward 25 years and you have global platforms. You have everything. You have completely changed consumer behaviors, expectations from the consumers. You have new, different skills needed on the labor market side. We also see specific hubs, as laid out by the previous speakers. 10 years ago, I would have given the advice to an entrepreneur, if you want to start a company in Europe, come to London. 5 years ago, I would have said either stay in Stockholm or move to Berlin or London. Now, frankly, you can do it from wherever you want. You see Tel Aviv, you see Paris, you see London, you see Berlin, you see Vilnius, you see Tallinn, Prague, Amsterdam. It's happening everywhere. And this, let me call it digital revolution, it all started in areas with very small file sizes, because at the time the bandwidth and the speed of transportation was quite limited. But what we've seen with news, what we've seen with messaging, photography, commerce, music, content, you name it, everything has already changed, and be sure the same is going to happen to the financial services. Let's have a look at commerce or retail. John Lewis, famous British brand, got founded in, let me see here, 1864. Revenues of about 10 billion. H&M, I mean, I'm not comparing any shitty brands here. H&M is probably one of the most famous brands out there. It took them 70 years to get to 97 billion of revenue. Stellar success story. It took Amazon less than 20 years to outperform them, and the growth numbers are way, way, way faster. So they're not only growing, but they grow in a fraction of the time. This also applies to news and information. 1516, the Royal Mail was founded, so 500 years, a bit more, 501 years ago. And looking to news and information, before Gutenberg invented the printing press, news and information was probably in control of the church. But then for 500 years, more or less everybody was used and got their information via the print. Look on the right side of the chart, we see Google, Facebook, Twitter, to name a few, some of them 18, some of them 10 years old, orders of magnitude bigger than anything the printed revolution has created. Messaging. The peak of the Post, the Royal Mail, was around 2005, 2006 with 84 million messages or items delivered per day. Now they're at around 40, 45 million. SMS was invented as a protocol 25 years ago. Actually, nobody was actually remotely interested in taking on SMS because they all thought it's not going to work and who's going to use this stupid idea of texting messages. It took them 25 years to come to 57 million messages, and WhatsApp achieved in only 7 years double the amount. So what we can learn from here, that we are in this fourth digital industrial revolution, it is not only faster, we in some ways have to deal with something that our brain, our human brain, is not designed to deal with. And that is not linear growth, it is exponential growth. We do actually have a problem in understanding exponential growth. We just cannot get it right. 100 years, more than 100 years after the telco, in my case, so we are based in London, so excuse all the examples, or most of the examples are British examples. 100 years after British Telecom was launched, the first email got sent in 1971. You had 100 years in between this innovation. And then it took 20, 25 years for this whole email thingy picking up. Fast forward another 15 to 20 years, boom, boom, boom. The innovation just got created at a pace, probably starting with the iPhone, with WhatsApp, with Snapchat, with Insta, and you name it. And again, the growth rates of all these services are at an exponential faster rate than anything before. And what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in the chip manufacturers, so be it Qualcomm or be it ARM, there is no stopping. It just continues. It just doubles every 24 months. Not 18 months anymore. It takes 24 months, but it doubles. It doubles, it doubles, it doubles. Since we're going to talk about fintech, just as a side note, PayPal was invented in 1998. So I think it is time that we see another boom, boom, boom in the financial sector. Very similar to the boom we saw following the mass adoption of SMS. Two more slides, please, for setting the stage of just how massive, how big, how unbelievably big this fourth industrial revolution is. Look at the four horsemen: Apple, Google, Facebook, and Amazon. These four companies have a combined market cap that is 1 times 3 bigger than the DAX 30, which is the 30 biggest companies the whole German economy was able to produce. They are 50% of the 100 biggest UK companies, and you name it. I mean, we are talking about dimensions in the range of the GDP of South Korea. It's just stunning, especially if you look at this new world order shown here. Let me go a little bit into the detail here, because I think you can't read anything on these slides. First line is 2001, the 5 biggest companies by market cap. We see expected one tech company, the green one, which is Microsoft. But the biggest one at the time is GE, Exxon, Citibank. The same is true for 2006. A very similar following in 2011, and see what happened over the last 5 years. Technology has taken over the 5 top spots. These are companies that have something in common. They all started at being a single-purpose company. Microsoft for software for PC, Google as a search engine, Facebook for am I hot or not, or managing a more modern contact list, Amazon for buying books. Single-purpose focused companies. Less than 20 years old. 20 years. We are talking about GE. We are talking about Exxon. These are companies 150 years and older. And these companies, these 5, have kicked them out of the top 5 rating within 20 years. So tell me any logic that the same is not going to happen in any, or let me say, in every other industry, including the financial services. Digital is taking over, software is eating the world. let's have a bit of a deep dive into financial services. What kind of beast are we talking here? We are talking about an industry that represents around 24% of the global economy. We see 14,000 banks all over the world. And we are not talking about a single institution as a bank. We are talking about the institution in each and every country. We have the Deutsche Bank in Germany. Most of the people think the Deutsche Bank is the central bank. It's an institution. And we see these institutions all over the world, be it in, I don't know, wherever. Interestingly, it's one of the very few sectors, if not the only sector, which is both a one-to-one, so an individualized segment, and mass market. What do I mean by this? Financial services is probably the only one. I can think of food as well, where you more or less deal with yourself and you use a service for it. Think investing, think saving. You take your assets and you invest it for yourself. You save for yourself. So it's an underlying that you use for yourself as much as transferring it to other people. If I transfer money for paying a bill or whatsoever, as much as mass market as it gets, if you think of the relation between the big banks, the city banks, the HSBCs, all these big players on this planet, for their customers, however they define customer. Clearly, it's an overall indicator for global wealth and global health. So it is in a wonderful regulated environment, probably similar only to the music or copyright industry. It's another level, but we are talking about a highly regulated industry here, which is probably the right thing to do to regulate it. The reason we see now this movement since 5-6 years in fintech is actually down to the financial crisis. Digital enabling comes quite often with crisis. Anybody knows why travel, for example, is so far ahead in digital adoption and so on? The reason that travel and Booking.com and all these players is so well advanced is in 9/11. The travel industry completely crashed on 9/11. We had 30–40% less bookings. So this way, the big supply forces have been forced to open up and use other alleys. So they opened up towards digital. They opened up towards the players like Priceline, like Last Minute, like all these new services, because they've been screwed. There was no chance. I mean, the industry was gone overnight. The same happened to financial services post-Lehman. Because out of the sudden, what has worked for hundreds of years, the interbanking lending and the trust that the other party is able to fulfill their promises on the next morning, disappeared. It was done. Again, this opens up the opportunities for new players in the market. Now, with this all being established, let me first share my own definition of fintech. So just to limit fintech only and solely to all these startups doesn't make any sense. In fact, the biggest fintech players on the planet are the incumbents and always have been. There's probably a good argument that the financial services have been the first digital industry out there. If you think of an exchange, if you think on the Nasdaq, if you think on the CME, if you think of the Philadelphia Forex market, these are digital enabled products. So the big incumbents, be it insurances, be it banks, they always invested a lot in financial technology. In fact, they invest between 50 and 70 billion per year in their what they call IT. 50 to 70 billion a year. We just learned that in Europe, 1.6 billion got invested in the startup scene so far this year. It's nothing compared to the amounts the incumbents are spending. Maybe a bit of a sideline. Too much money costs creativity. It is not always the most money that wins. Most of the time, it's just very simple, understanding your customers and deliver a better solution using technology. So it's the incumbents, it's all the SMEs, and it's all the startups / scale-ups. Most evident, or the Brits are clever. Yeah? I live in this country, I live in Britain since 17 years. They are just super smart in not working too hard, but leveraging their strength. And they do it very strategically. They even changed the time zone, or invented the time zone. The reason why we are 1 hour behind to the continent in England is to enable GMT, and GMT is the only time zone on this planet that enables a business in the States and a business in Asia to close a deal during business hours in the same day. It doesn't work on the continent, it doesn't work in Asia, it only solely works in Britain. They are smart dudes, that's for sure. As a result, we see 300 of the world's banks have their headquarters in London. Actually, more big banks' headquarters are in London, American banks, than in New York. We see 4 trillion of foreign exchange through London settled every single day. Every single day, 4 trillion. That is 6 times the GDP of South Korea. Every day. It is stunning. We have a lot of talent and skill. And luckily, post-crisis, the regulators woke up and created the sandbox, an easier way for startups to fulfill the regulatory needs. In short, London has all elements, and sorry for the shameless self-promotion of London here, but it is Silicon Valley. We have in London 300,000 software developers. We have in San Francisco 280,000. We have the Wall Street, and we have Washington, D.C., all within 5 miles. The density of the city is just second to none, if they only would have not fucked up it with the Brexit. I mean, but that's maybe misleading here in this context. Just a very personal note. Huh? I think don't let me go there. Don't let me go there. Fintech challenges. Not everything is gold. I mean, it all looks fantastic. It's the regulatory pace. Even though they created the sandbox, they still struggle with lots of financial innovations. Think crowdfunding. At some point, we're going to see many people losing their £1,000 or dollars investment via crowdfunding. It is going to happen, and it's going to be a PR disaster. We have issues in accepting cryptocurrencies or finding a way dealing with cryptocurrency, with peer-to-peer lending and others. So there are actually inherent challenges in the whole regulatory space. The brand equity of financial services, they are second to none when it comes to between terrible and awful. Young millennials rather go to the dentist than going to their bank. And the NPS of all big institutions are negative. Just a terrible brand equity when it comes to trust with your finances. We need to keep pace with fraud and bad actors. So we need to be able to protect consumers and businesses. Hence, we need regulation, because it's not just another message you're sending. You're dealing with your future, your wealth, your pension, whatever. What we saw in the last 3-4 years is the starting point of industry division. So it is quite often banks versus startups. And we still have, talking about the last point with the financial inclusion, we still have a lot of unbanked people which should be solved. Coming to the opportunities, if you pay any attention, which I hope, you see these are the same bullet points. I'm an investor, after all, I'm an optimist. So in every challenge, there is a sort of an opportunity. We have seen improvements on the regulation side, and let's hope this continues. Actually, before I go into these points, there is one missing out the word here. There is one structural difference in fintech compared to any other segment when we are talking about the big fight between Asia, US, and Europe, and the race to digital. I think it's fair to say I started my first digital, or my first internet company back in 94 or 95. And I'm pleased to say it was a super flop. It was miserable. And it's even worse because I did a print magazine about the internet, believe it or not. I mean, how can you be so stupid from today's point of view? But that's what I did. Frankly, the Europeans, we didn't get it too right over the last 20 years. It might change in fintech because we have a structural advantage, at least compared to the US guys. To get a banking license in the States, you need to do this state by state. Facebook, for example, started applying for a banking license back in 2009, and they still have only licenses in 37 countries, or states. They need 51 or 52. Looking at the challenger banks, we have seen in the UK 5 new challenger banks emerging over the last 5 years, 3 years, 3.5 years. And we will see another 10 to 15 over the next 3 years. So there is a structural advantage when it comes to fintech. We are already miles behind the Chinese. The Chinese, if you look to WePay and Alipay, they operate on a different scale. I mean, WePay has 800 million, 670 million active monthly users. Alipay, similar dimensions. Nobody else in the Western world is anywhere close. But luckily for us, they have a different attitude to KYC and AML. KYC is know your customer. AML is anti-money laundering. So I think it's fair to say the threat of the Chinese exporting their WePay and Alipay model towards the Western audience is rather de minimis. The brand equity, yes, they messed it up, the big incumbents, but I think this is a good chance for new players to create a different brand experience, product experience about financial services in not screwing the customers, in just treating them as customers, and just delivering a superior service, like Spotify does for music, or Amazon does for shopping. Cybersecurity can actually help a lot of getting rid and spotting all the fraudsters and bad actors in the space. We do have a good chance for not seeing industry diversion, but industry collaboration. We need people, so skill retraining is a big field. I think we are, in our portfolio, in the fintech space, probably have open positions for over 200 people across the portfolio. And keep in mind, we are a seed fund. And technology should be able to solve or help on the financial inclusion side of things. So what's the meaning for the next 12 months in our thinking and passion thinking? B2C is more or less done in financial services. We have seen banks, we have seen lending, we have seen all sorts of stuff around the B2C. Very similar to what we saw with Alta Vista, Yahoo, Google, eBay in the mid-90s. 1999, the first proper B2B startup was founded, which was Salesforce. And we expect the same to happen in financial technology now and over the next 12 to 24 months, much more like delivering the deep plumbing, full stack integrations as a service for the incumbents. Subsectors of fintech is proptech. Proptech is nothing else than fintech, but because most of the time you are financing property. Big one, machine learning, and in rare cases, you could even name this artificial intelligence, even though most of the time, 80, 90%, it's probably machine learning. We continue to love cybersecurity, and if we can solve a bit of the financial inclusion problem, we are over the moon and happy, as am I, because now it's 20 seconds left. This was well timed. The sun is shining. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for listening.
Okay, so do we have some questions? Questions? Okay. Yes, there's one.
Do you see a lot of action going on in compliance, fintechs or startups?
Yes, it's one of the bullet points. It's all around AML, KYC. It comes with the regulatory needs. And again, I think it's good, like people like OnFido or Passport or others. Yeah, I think this is going to be a booming market. Like the whole identity check and all this stuff. Yeah, if you're in this segment, I'm interested to talk.
So, Stefan, I wanted to ask you a question. So, there's a lot of prediction about how technologies will change future societies, how technologies will change future businesses. But as you mentioned, technologies are progressing exponentially. So, can we really predict the future? And if so, how far?
No, we for sure cannot predict the future. What we can see that we as a society need a different approach towards technology, I think. It is some of the Nobel Prize winners and super experts actually predict that the algorithm will outperform our human algorithms over the next 3 to 5 years. And until this technology then is mass market ready, it might take another 5 years, because initially you need a lot of processing power for this, which has, I mean, implication on all levels. I personally believe we have to fundamentally change our societies. We have to expect that we're going to lose 30 to 40 to 50% of all jobs down to robotics / machine learning, which in itself sounds dramatic, but frankly, 300 years ago, all of us have been on the fields, and now we are I'm actually quite happy not to be to be on the field. I think we have to find a new model of that you earn your living via work. I think this model has phased out now post-Manchester capitalism. It worked for 200, 250 years. And third of all, we need to make sure that my generation is not the only generation, not only my generation, but plus minus one generation, who had a relatively free life. So I think everything analog becomes digital, anything digital is trackable. That is not a good setup.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Stefan, thank you, Stefan, so much.
More than welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we continue, and now it's time to present the CEO of Trustpilot, Peter Halten-Mullman. Trustpilot, company that provides more than 165,000 businesses with scores based on almost 30 million customer reviews. Since 2007, company grew from 1 to 500 and plus employees. Offices in New York, London, Melbourne, Berlin, Denver, Copenhagen, soon opening in Vilnius as well. So, please welcome on stage, Peter.
Hey guys. Very lovely place here. Yeah, so the title of the presentation is called How to Grow to 500 People Without Going Too Insane. I don't think you can get on this startup journey without getting a little bit mad. First, I wish I had taken a picture of the city in the summer. I was told the weather is always like this. I don't think that was true necessarily. But I really want to give some credit to the local scene here, and in particular the guys. If there was anybody from Invest Lithuania, that was as the gentleman said, we're just starting an office here, and we were looking at quite a number of different places to open an office. And I really think I'm sure the people who are here are aware of a lot of things that can be better. But I think that things were really great, and I was quite impressed by how the city and how the organizations were just welcoming us. So, like, I think the local scene should give itself a big hand for that. So the story that I'll tell you is the story of going from an idea, the story of starting your company, and turning the startup into a scale-up. And I more or less looked like this when I started the company 10 years ago. And we went from this journey where initially it was just me, where I went to my cousin, my dad's cousin, and I said, I need $150,000. I had this idea for a company, and he said, okay, you can start with getting 15. And then we were on it to today, to being here, opening an office, having offices on many continents. And I think that there are a lot of things to be learned, like to be taught and to learn from in that journey. So what I'll do is I'll tell my journey and then draw some lessons on that as we go through the stage of the company. Just quickly, this is not going to be a big talk about Trustpilot. I still want to just spend a couple of minutes telling you about it, just so that you have an idea about who I am and what it is that we do. So Trustpilot is just like TripAdvisor, where you can go and read and write reviews, only it's for companies in the online world. So if you consider buying furniture from a website, do you get this designer chair? We can tell you what other companies think, what other customers think about it. And if you're selling in the online world, you can use us to show that you deliver a great customer service. You can use us to show that you're a trusted company. So just to give you an idea of the magnitude of this, we have around 30 million reviews, growing with about 1 million a month. Those reviews are being displayed probably 2 billion times in a month. Every day we are in, I think we're shown in 0.2% of all Google searches globally all the time. We have 160,000 companies on the profile, growing with around 1,000 a month. And we've raised quite a lot of money over the days to build this. And the basic idea is that people want to know what other people think. and there are so many opinions, so how can we show that in a structured way? How can we show that in a way where you can trust the opinions and make it easy for you to make decisions? So the journey we've been on is that I started the company 10 years ago, and then initially we weren't really any good. We were just fooling around a little bit, trying to figure out how do you build a company. And then around 2010, we started to feel, hey, we're on to something, and then things really accelerated. So in 2012, we raised 4 million, the year after 12 million, the year after 25 million, and the year after 73 million. And you can also see the development with all the offices. So going through steps like that, you make a ton of mistakes. I think in our case, some things went incredibly well. I'll talk about some of those things. And that allowed us, on the other hand, to make 10 mistakes which would normally have killed any other company. I'll talk about those as well. So zooming back, like this is the original business plan. No, it's not, but I thought this was more or less the way I thought about starting a company 10 years ago, when I was 24 years old. So you said this says business and go-to-market plan. 1, build a world-changing product. So I think that we had estimated that would take about 3 months. And number 2, it would say get PR and go viral. So I'd said like that takes 3 months also. And then I could read in blogs like TechCrunch, and then what would happen was normally that you'd get bought by somebody like Google, and you'd get $1 billion. So we started by building a toolbar. You could install it in Internet Explorer. And as a side note, we also did this website where you could add your own opinion about sites you were visiting. And so that went well. We had the product. I think it took us 4 months from when we started. And I thought, okay, this is going according to plan. And so we started on step two, like get PR and go viral. So we were four kids, and so we decided that we would call every newspaper in Denmark where we started it. And the thing about Denmark, I don't know if people who are from small countries can relate to this, but in small countries in the summer, not a lot is going on. And so we called every newspaper in the country, and by day 4, we were on page 17 with a tiny little note in one of the free newspapers. And so I thought, okay, it's difficult to get PR. But then the day after, I'm at a family party, I've gotten a few drinks of champagne. Out of the blue, a journalist is calling me. I'm half tipsy. I have never spoken with journalists before. And so I'm making some pretty juicy quotes. And like speaking in a pretty bombastic language. And as I said, like nothing else is going on. So I'm talking with him for an hour and a half. And after that, we say, so I'm asking him, so is this something you're going to print? And he says, so Peter, unless something happens with the prime minister, you're going to be on the front page tomorrow. And so then we were, the day after, we really were on the front page of the largest newspaper in the country. And that gave us, I think, 25,000 visits on the first day. And we sort of became the talk of the town. There was this new website would put justice to the internet. And then I thought, wow, this is easy. This is going super easy. The trouble with it, can any one of you remember what was on the front page of the newspaper yesterday? Anyone? Probably not, right? There's a reason if you go to London, they use it to when you get the fish and chips, they usually pack it in the newspaper from yesterday. So it's the first day we had the 25,000, the second day we had 2,000 visits, and the third day we had 200, and on day 4 we had 2. And the business model at the time was Google AdWords. And whenever we had 1,000 visits, we would get €1. So in a month, I could buy myself a small pizza. On a good month, maybe also get a small Coca-Cola. And that's when I realized, like, hey, this is actually going to take a long time. This is not so easy. And I recall speaking with other entrepreneurs about this, and so I think the first lesson here is that from getting that initial PR blast until we actually got a real business model and having the first customer, that took us 2 years, where I was going for €0 every month. And then I spent 9 months sort of, you call it cold calling, dialing for dollars, calling companies, selling them, hey, we have this very, very basic solution for your business. And I'd spent 9 months calling companies every day. It's like, I don't know how many of you have tried to call companies that have never heard about you before, but it's a pretty brutal experience. So I think as a rule of thumb, what most people fail to realize is that it takes 10 years to build a business. That's a good, I think many people, they greatly underestimate the time where you have to go for almost no money and the time it takes you to get it right the first time, in particular when you're young and when you're inexperienced. The thing is, like, if you look at this one, like, what do these three have in common? We have the Pope, Kevin Systrom, the founder of Instagram, and Justin Bieber. And what they have in common is that it's equally likely for you to get a life where you either become the Pope or the founder of Instagram or Justin Bieber. Right? That's how rare it is to do something like Instagram. But the reason you read about all these overnight successes is because it's incredibly unusual. For most companies, it just really isn't like that. I can recall when we were around 150 people, and I read about Instagram starting and then being acquired by Facebook for $1 billion, and they were 14 people at the time, and I think they spent 18 months on it. And I was looking around at my 150 people, and I was just thinking, what are we doing? And I recall looking at 2 of the salespeople trying to get the printer to print. They didn't realize that they had not pulled the electrical plug into it. And I thought, okay, we're just not as smart as the Instagram guys. But I think most companies, you need to spend a lot of time to get the initial product market fit right. The other experience we had was that initially, as I said, the idea was you can install a toolbar in Internet Explorer, and this toolbar would tell you what other people thought about the site you were visiting. And then as an afterthought, we built the website where we said, hey, you can also just leave your own opinion. So then what we found out a year after was that my dad told me, hey, Peter, I uninstalled the toolbar. I don't like it. So we thought that everybody would love the toolbar. Nobody loved the toolbar. But the idea that you could share your own opinion on a website, everybody loved that. So the reality is that you're really just exploring the market. I think that's a grand reality. People often ask, so how did you come up with this? And people sort of expect that you imagine what the company is today back in the day. I think that's the case for very, very few people. That's how when you're speaking with the media, you say, oh, this is how we came up with it, or when you're telling it to investors, you say, hey, this is what we are today. I think the reality is that most people, most businesses, they have to go through many iterations where in reality what they're doing is that they're saying, there's something about this market. There's something here that's interesting. In our case, we said, people are sharing so many opinions on the internet. Companies need a way to show that they're a great place to buy from. Consumers need to know what other people think. What kind of product can we do that will help to serve that need? And then what we've become today is probably hundreds of ideas, hundreds of things we tried that we then discarded. A little bit like water running down a hill. It is much more like that process, where I think the important thing is, there are 2 things that are important. The one thing is to get started. I probably met 50 people who said, oh yeah, I had that idea. And the big difference between me and them is I did something and they didn't. And the second thing is you got to pick the right market, because the market always wins. This is really important. The market will beat any team, and the market will beat any idea. So what do I mean with that? When we started the business, it was in 2007. I did not have a Facebook profile. I didn't have a LinkedIn profile. I didn't know if Twitter was even founded. And then what happened is that first of all, Google decides that user-generated content is all the rave. That you can see this is an example of a search where you search for a company and there are reviews on search result 1, number 2, sorry, not number 2, that's an ad, and number 3 and number 4. So basically the entire front page is just reviews. What's happening also is industry after industry after industry is going online. So if you think about the increase in e-commerce over the last 10 years, that's been enormous. So the market was growing much faster than we could serve it. You see industries like companies like Uber, companies like Airbnb, where these companies are really trust-enabled in the sense that when I live in New York, I live in a stranger's apartment. That would never happen 10 years ago, right? When I take a car, I drive in a stranger's car. So the trust economy really took place at the same time that we launched the business. We were, if you will, a part of it. And what we're doing is that we're opening the same, we're giving the same power of trust to all the businesses out there who are seeing that in all these new markets. What's happening is that trust is changing. I don't think people think about this in a way, but think about that. Would you buy a book without checking the reviews on Amazon? Probably not. It becomes second nature, right? Would you go to watch a movie without checking what other people thought about it? Probably not. Would you go to a restaurant without checking the reviews? Probably not. So imagine if you could do a graph with all the opinions being shared online on the internet 10 years ago and until today. Imagine if you had a little Lego brick where you could say, one Lego brick, you stack it on top of the other Lego bricks every time an opinion was shared. Imagine the growth of that curve. So we did a scan of the European internet in 2007, where we scanned, we created some search robots, and we created an overview of all the opinions being shared about companies in Europe. And in 2008, there were 30,000 reviews. That was it. In the US, there were probably 60,000, and in the entire world, maybe a total of, say, 120,000. That's not a lot. And today, on Trustpilot, in a day, we're generating more than was on the European internet in 2007. So there was no way that, I mean, I was not smart enough to predict that that would happen, but I was smart enough to say something will be going on here. The second thing that then happened is this Cambrian explosion in abundance of choice and of information, where I think you can relate to this. When you go on Facebook, when I open my Facebook, I no longer really like it because this is this confusing explosion of opinions, where 5 years ago, I would be a bit of a techno-optimist, and I would think more information would be good and more opinions would just be good. And today, I think that the sum of all those opinions makes it difficult to actually find what your own opinion should be. It makes it difficult to find what's true. And when you used to have this situation in the supermarket where you could buy 50 of this different toothbrushes, taking that to the internet, that number became 50 million different toothbrushes. So I think that now there's so much information, there's so much choice, that as a species, we need a new way to make decisions. Now, all those things, like companies going online, opinions being shared, choice becoming confusing, all those things happened right when we started the business and just accelerated until afterwards. So I think that's really an example of us being a tiny little boat catching a very, very big wave. And I think if you are, the lesson that I'm drawing from this is that if you're thinking about your own business, if you're thinking about starting your company, I really cannot overemphasize the importance of thinking these long-term trends through and thinking about how can I position myself in a way where I'm going to catch the big market. If you catch a very big market, it's okay that you're 24 years old, that you basically have no experience, that you don't know how to code, that you don't know what you're doing, because there's still so much opportunity. Whereas I'm meeting much more experienced people working in a much less attractive market who will never become nearly as big as this company just because the market isn't there. So, pick the right market. That's a big conclusion of mine. So now, becoming a little bit more practical and talking about the more nitty-gritty stuff of actually building a company. There's a couple of advices I have here. So one is, I think most companies spend 1% of their time on recruiting, and then they spend 99% of the time dealing with the fact that they only spend 1% of the time on recruiting. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're working in a business, I'd say, in particular, if you're the CEO, you should obsess over recruiting. I think as the CEO, you should spend minimum 10% of your time on recruiting. I think you should obsess over the processes you have on recruiting, and I think if you're an investor, or if you're a board member, and if you're dealing with somebody like me, like a young entrepreneur, you need to obsess in how you introduce those processes and that experience into your team of entrepreneurs. Like, I still don't think I've met a company that takes recruiting seriously enough. The second part I'd like to say is that there's a very big difference between the early stage employees and the late stage employees. When you're looking at hiring your first crew of people for your business, you really want to think of everybody coming into your business like people that could have landed on America's East Coast 300 or 400 years ago. And just gotten on a mission and say, hey, you have to get west. And sometimes, like, something like this would get in their way. And sometimes things wouldn't go according to plan. And you really have to say, how would they deal with that? So if you're hiring one of your first, I'd say probably one of your first 50 people in particular, maybe even up to the first 200 people, I think the number one question is, would you like this person to be with you on a trip 300 years ago in America from going west? How would they deal with unexpected situations? How do they deal with a total lack of procedure, with a total lack of structure? How do they deal in situations where nothing is working and where everything has to be built from scratch? And then the flip side of that, and also, like, just can you be bothered to go through a trip like that with these persons? Because I think the rule of thumb as a startup is that things will not go according to plan and things will go wrong. And so the thing is, if you really like each other and if you trust each other and if you have that mindset, then it can actually be a fun journey. If you don't like each other, it's not. But then the flip side of that is that your early stage employees, as you're then going from the startup to the scale up, I think the recognition is that what I've seen again and again is that those people who were very, very good at crossing the continent, when you're then building more of a professional army, where you need people to go in synchronization and be able to follow orders, your early employees are actually just like not the right people for that job. It's a very, very different breed of people. And so don't expect everyone to scale in your business. I think it's very normal that when you grow from 10 to 100 to 500, that you'll see some of your early heroes just don't fit into a bigger structure where it's more process and more discipline that's required. And what I've really learned is that when we talk about early employees that don't scale, the founder is also an early employee. So I think if you work with founders, or if you are a founder, really this know yourself becomes so important. On the one hand, as a founder, I think you should be very humble about what you can and what you cannot do. At the same time, though, and I think this is really true for everybody. Like ask yourself as a founder, what is it that gives you happiness? what is it that you can do better than nobody else, but really also I'm probably always 9 months or 12 months behind from where I need to be in terms of we're 500 people today, and I'm probably developed as a manager into managing a company with 250 people that we were a little while ago. And when we were 100 people, I was probably, can say, experience-wise, equipped to manage 20 or 50 people. So what does that mean? So it means, first of all, which I'll talk about later, is that you need to surround yourself with some very, very experienced people. And I'll just give some easy tricks into hiring those. At the same time, though, I also think some founders sometimes become too humble. And there's the talk about this imposter syndrome. And I think as a founder, it's very important that you also realize that there are some things that you can do better than anyone. Like you live and bleed the company more than anybody. You dream about the company more than anybody. You can really express what it is you want with the company better than anybody. You sort of embody the company. And then there are probably a few other things that you also do really well. So at the same time, like, be proud about what it is you're bringing to the table as a founder, because that spirit that you have as a founder, no fancy executive that you hire who can do the spreadsheet or the PowerPoints better than you can give that sort of undefined spirit to the business. And I really want the founders here to take pride in bringing that. So this is the sketch of the CEO job. I think what the responsibility should be, ideally, is set strategy, set the team, and get money. Really, that's it. I think as a CEO, if you do much more than that, you're looking at your job in the wrong way, or you have the wrong team around yourself. The reality, though, is that that's almost always the case. What happens extremely rarely is that the CEO will do one of those three things. What actually happens is that the CEO will do everything that the CEO thinks that nobody else can do. That's just how things usually play out. So then you need the top team, and what I did very early on was that I hired people who were 20 or 30 years older than me, and who had that much more work experience. I think as a founder, when you do that, it's very important that you give them space, but it's also very important that they give you space. So when you interview the top guns, you really want to make sure that they can give the founder space. It's also, I think, the mistake I see very many early stage startups do is that they hire executives from companies that are too big. Or that they hire executives that, for example, like, let's say you ran a 6,000 people division at some enormous company. Chances are you'll do more damage in a startup than you'll do good. They just don't get it, usually. It's very rare that the big company people get what it's like to work in a startup. So always when I'm hiring, or when I recommend a hire to a startup, I'm asking the question, what is it that this person is going to do on their own? For example, the CFO, can you do your own spreadsheet? The head of marketing, can you do your own Google AdWords campaigns? I think if you're in a startup and you're hiring people who can only work through others, usually you're hiring too far ahead of the curve. It's all about the actual hands-on experience. What will they do? And finally, also, I find that if you spend less than 4 months bringing an executive on board, then either you've figured something out that nobody else has figured out in terms of running a recruiting process, or you're making a mistake. For a normal company, you can probably bring on one person to your C-level team every 4 to 6 months. If you do it faster, I think what we did was that we got a lot of money, and then I thought, oh, we needed the very experienced people, and then you run a big risk that the team structure, that the trust you've built between your team blows up because you're expanding it too fast and you're not running through the proper recruiting structures. So I'd say, as a founder, spend a religious amount of time on going through the process of ingraining the top management people in your team, and take them one at a time. Finally, also something that shifts is that it becomes a lot more about process, systems, and data as you scale. I think initially, if you're an early stage startup, my advice is obsess over the product and don't think about anything else. Who cares about Salesforce? Who cares about ticket systems? Like nobody. It's all about the product. It's about getting the product market fit. However, then when you scale, when you want to go from, say, 100 million in revenue to 500 million in revenue, it becomes a lot more important with your systems, with your data, your processes, and how you work. So thinking about, for example, do your teams work with objectives? Are the teams self-governed? Are the employees able to say what's the right thing to do without asking the CEO? Obsessing over that and doing that early on becomes more important than the next 5 features you can build or the next product capability. And I think most companies, they don't think, or most founders, just as a rule of thumb, I've never met a person in a business, or met a few people, but they're rare, that thinks that integrating a salary managed system is fun or sexy. I've never met anybody who thought that figuring out the right integration between Salesforce and your product is interesting. But that's really, it's those things where my rule of thumb is that once you've figured the product market fit, you want to treat the systems and the processes and the data with exactly the same priority as you're treating your product. Most people don't get that balance right. They don't get the balance to scale. And then finally, I think, so the realization is this takes time, and when you start thinking about processes and how do we work and all these things, you also realize that you've gone from becoming a founder CEO who was running a startup to something that's more of a job. Like the 5th time you've had your salary talk with your CFO, it's more a job than it's a calling, right? It becomes less interesting. So a very, very strong recommendation to someone who wants to spend 10 years building a company is to early on really find your why. I mean, so many people where they've started a business because they had a better idea for a new mousetrap. They thought this is going to be something I can make some money on and maybe it can grow. And I think that's a lot of fun the first year, it's a lot of fun the second year, but when you're 8 years in, you really, really need to understand why you're doing this. What is it that's driving you? And the earlier you can come up with those reasons, the more they will stay with you for the rest of that journey. My time is up. Thanks for listening. Are there any questions? Cool. This was fun.
Questions. I have a question.
You have a question?
Yeah, of course I do. A lot of questions, actually. Okay, so you were talking about that it takes time, you know, to get to initial product market, that it takes time to develop a business that actually makes money. But there's a bunch of entrepreneurs who want to succeed really quickly without depleting their stamina. And so they move on to the next idea pretty quickly. Is it always a faulty attitude, do you think? Or not?
To move on?
Yeah.
No. It's very, very hard, right? Because, and I meet people, they have a business, and it's not really going anywhere. And in my case, I met a lot of people who told me, like, Peter, maybe you should just get a job. And I was very stubborn, and I like, no, I know I'm onto something. So I took another year, and then another year, and then another year, and then it paid off. And then I met like people who did that, where it was just like obvious that you shouldn't do it. So I think it's very hard to come up with a rule of thumb on like when do you quit and when do you not. The one thing I would say though is that without becoming a total, you can say Steve Jobs asshole. I think most people can't pull that off because they forget that they're not Steve Jobs. But I find a lot of people are too nice when they're speaking with entrepreneurs. People say, oh, I have this idea where we can do a social network for cats. And most people say, oh, that's a great idea. That's really interesting. And when in reality, they think it's never going to work. So something that I've really thought about many times is that I probably met 20 founders where they asked me, what do you think about this? And I didn't want to offend them by saying I thought it was the worst idea I ever heard. So I just said, yeah, okay, might work. And I meet them 18 months later, and they put a loan on their house, and they owe a lot of money, and the company went bankrupt. And I thought, okay, maybe I should have been less nice. So I'd say if you meet people in that situation, I think it's hard to tell them what to do, but just be brutally honest.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Your applause. So Peter from Trustpilot, actually the main sponsor of Login StartupFair. Okay, let's continue. Our next speaker is Urmas Peiker, co-founder of Funderbeam. Tons of experience in capital markets, banking, and legal markets. This led him to become a co-founder of Funderbeam, a primary and secondary market for early-stage startup investments. So, how the future of startup funding looks like, we'll know in a second.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Urmas, co-founder of Funderbeam. What a lovely venue, huh? And superb weather. Really enjoyable events. So I'll talk today very briefly about, first about what we do at Funderbeam, where we think that the world will go, and also what is kind of our vision and or our approach to early stage investments. So, what is it what we do? And we really like to describe ourselves through a simple metaphor, where you would imagine where Bloomberg, AngelList, and Nasdaq, if those three would have a baby. So, what does it really mean? So, it's three parts that we think that is really necessary for a successful early stage funding, and that is data, primary markets, and thirdly, secondary markets. So, yeah, PDF is slightly skewed here, but all right. Anyhow, so what do we do with the data is that we collect the data. We think that it's very, very important to bring transparency to the ecosystem, and that's how we started. So about a year and a half ago, we launched our data products. Actually, that was now more than almost 2 years ago. And we started with a very simple approach. Okay, let's take a couple of hundred companies. Let's try to make the data visible and readable so that everyone really would understand it. And we thought that it shouldn't be so that the data only belongs to a very few. As of today, we have approximately 150,000 company profiles in our database. By the way, it's for free, so everyone can access it. You're either a startup founder, prospective founder, you're an investor, or you maybe want to write an article or blog, then this is all available. And we really think that bringing that kind of democracy, if you like, to the sector is really, really important. So that is the first part. But there's a very, very fundamental problem, what we saw when we started Funderbeam. And that is that we felt that investors do find very difficult to find proper investee companies. And also, how do you make a cross-border investment? So historically, it has been quite easy to go and listen to a startup and maybe invest in a startup. Let's say if you are a Latvian investor, you can invest easily in Latvian company. But what if you want to invest in Lithuanian company, or what if you want to invest in Estonian company, or maybe in South America? Then that is the problem. So at the same time, we also saw that entrepreneurs, they really struggle to kind of approach and reach out to the investors. And again, there are multiple investors who probably would invest in your company, but they never heard of you. So where we are at the moment, and actually I'll very briefly touch upon this as well. So this is the current market size, and really it's not small, and it is growing fundamentally. And if we talk about small, medium-sized enterprises, then we're talking about times bigger numbers here. So this is our vision, really, to create a world where all companies, particularly growth companies, can really access funding, and investors at the same time can actually invest in those companies. So really connecting like-minded investors across the globe and making the early stage investments as easy as possible. So before going further, I just want to really kind of give you the summary of where we are at the moment with the startup investments. So this is basically the same thing that you saw a couple of slides back. And really, 2016 wasn't that great for the early stage investments. And you see that it has been falling quite a lot. And this is actually a continuing trend. And that's how the sums were divided between the markets. So the US is, or North America in general is still by far the biggest. Europe and Asia are second spot. But they all have been decreasing quite a lot. So this is total rounds by region. Again, you see that also the rounds itself have decreased a lot. Now, what is very interesting, I think, is that the average deal size at the same time has actually increased. So what does it mean, really? It looks like that investors are willing to invest in those companies which already have proven track record, have already a product in place, have probably also generated some revenue. So they want to take a little bit less risk than they used to. And this is pretty much the cycle we've seen all over the history. And again, what does it mean for the young entrepreneur is that you really need to think, okay, before actually going to get funding, is that an idea that I can actually make work myself? Initially, maybe along with the friends and family. So where do we go from here? The way we see that, and we have a T-shirt which says that IPOs are so 2015. What does it really mean then? That we believe that instead of having this one single IPO or successful campaign, companies actually can raise multiple times in smaller amounts, but it does give that kind of validation that investors need, particularly in early stage companies. So as a company, that means that maybe you will not fundraise too big amount with one go, but as you go along, you are able to convince your investors that, okay, this is what we're going to do. And once you kind of reach that moment where you need the second funding round, you can actually show the investors back, okay, this is what we promised and this is what we did. Surely enough, you're not always able to deliver everything that you said. But again, I think that is also very much something that founders need to be aware of, that what is your promise to the investors? And the same applies to both in startups and in more mature stage investments. So data, I think, is extremely important, and also in the future, even more. I'm sure you've heard about ICOs, so initial coin offerings, and what I see there at the moment is really missing is the data part. Who's actually validating the deal for you? So the way we kind of think that the early stage investment should be built is that you need to also have the information which enables you to do the due diligence, both post-investment, first prior to investment, and then later on the post-investment. So that means that you're constantly actually getting validated information. And that is where Fundament really tries to kind of step in and says, okay, this is what we do. We're not going to give you just information about that particular company who's fundraising, but what about competitive landscape? What about the different regions as well? So you actually, as an investor, you can compare these things and you make your own decision. And this is what we think that is really, really important. And also creating a really standardized reporting. And clearly enough, we need to be extremely mindful here, because you don't want to create a burden for a startup or for a young company, which kind of buries them to the administrative work, and they need to kind of put a lot of or too much effort on creating reports. But if you standardize that and you come up with a solution which kind of gives them possibility to disclose about their progress, about their updates, then definitely I think that is kind of something that is promoting also investors' willingness to invest and take a risk in the companies. So data remains extremely important, but data is also one of the trickiest, definitely what we've seen. So quantity is not an issue, as we say, but the quality definitely is. Interestingly enough, when we started and when we launched our primary markets a year ago, then we first launched with 3 Estonian companies, and the average ticket size was very, very small. So all the companies, they fundraised between 140 and 170,000 euros. The average investment was around 300 euros. Today, a year later, we are able to already fund companies which want to fundraise, let's say, 500,000, 600, 700, and we also believe that already very near future we can also accommodate a request to raise at least 1 million euros. So what it really means is that we grow along with our companies and along with our investors. And the ticket size, as of today already, an average is, I would say, around 700 euros. So I believe also this is going to be the trend in the future. And also, there is a very interesting mix what's going to happen, not immediately, but in the future, where the crowd, the angel investors, and eventually the institutional investors will actually mix. And why? Because of technology. I like to give an example that because of the technology, it should be as easy to raise $1 billion US from 1 million investors as it is today to raise, let's say, $10,000 US from 10 investors. Because technology really is there, and ICOs, I think, are kind of showing that you can do that quite easily. Now the question is like, if you can actually put the right pieces together. So liquidity remains extremely important, and this is one of the key, I would say, differentiators of what we do as well. And those who have been following the crowdfunding scene have heard that lately the big ones, the big boys who've been there quite a few years now, already launching or thinking about launching their own secondary market as well. And this is very, I think, important both for the early stage investors and those who come in later. And why? Because this really creates the necessary circulation and velocity of money, if you like. And this is the way it works also today. It's just much more cumbersome, where the later the stage of the fundraising, then the bigger the investors coming in. And usually what they want to do is to kind of cleaning up the cap table. And this is exactly what every efficient secondary market enables you to do if you want. Or if you are a founder who wants to remain in control, you can do that as well. But this is definitely a trend where liquidity creates velocity of money. Now, we often kind of try to not compare ourselves with crowdfunding sites, although we do have a crowdfunding functionality. But what we think about Fundabeam and about the way the SMEs or growth companies should be funded is much more than just crowdfunding. So with our technology that we created, we actually enable investors to either launch a campaign and invite people publicly. So that is kind of like crowdfunding is. Or you can come in and actually create your own private, by invitation only, syndicate. What it means that, let's say if you are an angel investor and you have 5, 6 other investors you want to invest in company X, then you can come to us and create that syndicate, which will remain private. And why would you do that? again, for the same reason that I just described on the previous slide, is the liquidity. So you can maybe a year later, 2 years later, if the company has been doing really well, open up the syndicate for the public, or you can still keep that within the syndicate, and maybe 6 months, 8 months later, after the initial investment, someone has changed their mind in the initial syndicate members. So it's very easy, and it doesn't really mean or matter from where the investor is coming from, because with our solution, it's super simple. And I think that is exactly what the future brings, that you can really transact cross-border and without much, I would say, bureaucracy, if you like. Another trend we like to facilitate or create is that we would like to see those companies who have, let's say, 200-300 employees, and maybe have been kind enough to share the stocks to their employees, either through employees' stock option scheme or similar motivation program. So one of the kind of major issues today is, again, those employees who have the stocks, actually they can't really take advantage of those, so they can't really use it. So there is no liquidity again. So how can you actually cash out if you need? So we believe that the companies will actually start listing or using the mechanism where they can allow trading just within the company, within the employees or current stockholders. And later on, if they want, they can obviously open up that for the public as well. So this is what I see as one of the biggest trends as well, and I believe that this will definitely happen very, very soon. Now, all that basically brings us to the one of the final slides. Actually, this is the final slide. Is that what is really the past and what is the future? And sorry again about this little bit mess up here, because the PDF and keynote do not really match very well each other. Anyhow, so this is how we see things and future evolve. So I don't want to kind of keep talking too much, and happy to answer any questions if you have. Also, feel free to contact me directly or write us. Have a look on our reports. The data I described today was from our annual report, and as I said, this is all for free. Feel free to use it, share it, and take advantage of it. All right, thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. Do we have questions in the audience? Do we have questions in the audience? Okay. Not. Okay.
Shy crowd.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, they got it already.
Yeah.
So yeah, you were thorough. So okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now let's move on. Our next speaker is Davis Barons, or should I say Davis Barons, co-founder of Cream Finance, expert in working with businesses development towards new markets. Cream Finance company that is aiming to make borrowing money online as simple as clicking simply one button. So what does it take to build a startup like Cream Finance? You'll know soon enough. So, Davis, are you ready? Okay, just a sec. 1, 2, 1, 2. Nobody hears you. Ladies and gentlemen, Davis Barons. Greet him on stage. Yay.
Hello, everybody. 1, 2, 1, 2. Everybody hears me? Good? Good. So how does this thing? Okay. As mentioned, I'm Davis Barons, came here from Riga. And a while ago, Daumantas reached out to me asking, why don't you come over and inspire young people for doing some startups, etc., etc. And I answered to him, Daumantas, doing business and doing startups is freaking hard. Why would somebody want to do that? And why somebody would need to be inspired for it? So therefore, I was thinking that I'll share some of the lessons that I've learned while building the business. So hopefully that makes your life less miserable as a young entrepreneur. And the reason why the presentation called Wake Up World is somehow to connect with what a couple of previous speakers said, that in reality, it's not that easy. And in reality, currently we live in time when it's quite easy to start a company. You know, you get your application out, you go to the incubator, etc., etc. But to actually scale, to make business, and to make real profits out of that, that's not that easy anymore. So a couple of words about Cream Finance. We do online consumer lending. We're currently in 8 countries across the globe. In Austria, we have the IT development offices. Going to the numbers, so as mentioned, 8 countries. We have something around 300 employees. 2016, we did with 335 million revenue. That is all profitable. And altogether, we've raised 50 million previously in different kinds of funding, equity, debt, alternative investment, etc. And recently, just like this week, we closed the investment round from a Capitec bank in more than 20 millions. So that gives us an overall funding more than 70 million. So funding will be a big part of what I will be focusing on in this presentation. The business model, one-click convenience. So we understood very early that for the customer, it is super important to make borrowing online as convenient as possible. The way we do that is we leverage on smart data scoring. So smart data versus big data. Just in a couple of words, the big data focuses on a lot of data. The smart data focuses on what's relevant and what's stable out of all this bunch that is available there. And due to the fact that the business model is scalable, so we want to replicate that in as many countries where that is possible. Yeah? So that's the global presence. We're building a really global company that's working across quite a few continents. But all the time it was not like this. We started the company now 6 years ago. We started with 40,000 seed investment from friends, fools, and family. And ever since we were pivoting, changing, continuing the fundraise, etc., until we got to the point where we are today. And here you see on the table still, I think, the greatest piece of technology. It's the Nokia 61. Battery could last for 1 week. Who remembers that? It was great times. So, as when it comes to some advice for the startup guys, and super important is to keep it simple at the beginning. And I'm not talking about the bootstraps things that you need to save money, etc. I'm talking more about the visions. Here you heard a lot about great companies, especially when people. I get very irritated when I hear about unicorns. You know that having a unicorn is statistically impossible, so if somebody is trying to inspire you with that, he's actually lying to your face. There are 200 unicorns in the world. Nobody is from Baltic states. The closest you get is Spotify from Sweden. So what I'm telling with this is when you start, hey little friend, when you start the business, you not necessarily you will have the great vision. Most probably, it will not be the vision of the great international company. It will be just a small product that you're trying to get out there, and that is fine. When we started, we didn't think about it that way. We were trying to issue a loan to get it back and to get as low marketing cost as possible at the same time. The vision of the company is something that develops over time, and if you don't have the big look into the future at the beginning, it doesn't matter really. You just continue doing whatever is that your business idea, and after a while, it might catch up. Now this is time for me to drink a little bit of water before we get to the important things. Napoleon said once, you need 3 things to win every war. Money, money, and again money. Now, if you happen to have a company which is somehow off the ground, the success or total failure of that company most probably will be distinguished by do you get the funding or you don't get the funding. And when talking about that, there is quite a big, let's say, concept. Everybody's talking about smart money versus dumb money. You know, you get it from your friends, fools, and family, or you get it from some great venture capital fund. Personally, I think to get the company off the ground, it doesn't matter. Every fuel you get is completely good and completely necessary. Another thing which is quite common is the fundraising timeline. So let's imagine you get your seed round somehow, and then you say, okay, I have my 100 to 200,000, so what's next? So most probably the next round, A round, B round, will take 6 to 9 months in making. For example, the last round that we did, it took more than 12 months until all the agreements were made and the money was finally received. So here it is important to understand that if your burn rate is too big, you're going to be very quickly out of money. Yeah. So if your run rate is 5 months, most probably you're already riding a dead horse, a dinosaur. So understanding how fast you will be out of the money, it's super important. The next thing, and I think we in the company did this mistake 4 or 5 times just to be sure, is that never reject other offers before the funds are on your account. And it happens always, and always we were thinking that it's not going to happen to us. So you receive a term sheet, you receive a shareholders agreement, and everything's fine. Just on the last week before you should receive the money, something goes badly wrong. Either it's something with the business, either the partner of the investment fund is fired, whatever is the reason. And you have run a marathon with this company, let's say 6 months, doing all the agreements, and all of a sudden it's gone. So you need to start all over again. So what I would sort of suggest is to do many parallel fundraising processes, because most of them will fail anyway. When it comes to who is giving you the money, it could be angel investor, it could be venture capital fund, it could be a debt provider, it could be crowdfunding platform, etc. Every of these type of investors have a different view how they look at the investment. So venture capital fund doesn't care about anything else as their 10x return in 4 to 5 years. Family office, on contrary, would be happier with less return but more stable business model. Or a debt provider cares only about the fact that he's going to get his money back and on time, right? So you have to customize your offer for every different type of investor. Another thing which was mentioned here, I think is super important, is getting out of the way, especially for founders. Our experience in Korean finance was that every single function which is super crucial for the business, let's say marketing, finance, or risk, or IT, only developed to its full potential when you put a professional in place. Of course, at the beginning, it's not possible because there's simply no infrastructure to support that. But the idea is as soon as you are capable of getting out of the way, you should be doing that. Another point here is losing control. And this is very often here, I don't want to lose control, I want my 51%, etc., etc. I personally think it's bullshit. There are many different types of control you can execute in the company. It can be legal, it can be shareholding, it can be management, or it can be financial. So most probably the person that gave you the money or is financing the project is in control. I personally think losing either financial or legal or shareholding control, that is completely okay. If you want to run a really big business, you'll have to get your partners, you'll have to get your investors and dilute down. And the next thing comes from this great man, yeah, that's Pitbull. He was talking about getting advice and getting money twice. I just can't emphasize how important that is to surround yourself with smart people, with people who understand what it's doing. And I'll give you just an example. We happen to be somewhere in China in a fundraising round, and it's 3 of us, the founders, and then we get locked for 4 days in the meeting room with no actual windows, and you have a bunch of lawyers in front of you. And at that point, I understand we're completely not ready for this kind of setup, right? The legal documents go out, they come back with the comments with these Chinese hieroglyphs, you don't understand anything. And this was a big learning moment for us. We understood that we should have gone to this meeting with professional advice, with people who understand how to manage term sheets, legal documents, etc., etc. So if it's needed, pay for advice, get the smart people, and reach out. There's really a lot of information out there. For example, video blog of my business partner, ansviesulis.com. So he's actually running a video blog where he's sharing a lot of experience, a lot of stories from how we're building the business. So you can just go on YouTube and check it out for yourself. The next thing is about focus. And I just met the guys here, and I was talking to them, and they said, oh, I'm running 2 or 3 startups currently, but I'm currently to you pitching this one, etc., etc. And in my opinion, this kind of approach will never get funded and will never succeed. So focus is super important. People that are investing in your startup want to know that you're completely committed to this one thing that you're doing. So most probably the guys that are running 2 or 3 startups at the same time just don't advertise, maybe don't talk about it. And also, focus means the strategy, and focus means the things you not do. I think things you not do are as important as the things you do. So being very critical about what this company is not about, or what this product is not about, is as important as knowing what the product is designed for. So, thank you for listening. I see we have a question here. I'll answer to that later, but just on the final words. There is a lot of money around, there is a lot of talent around, but the brutal honesty is that most of the products are shit. Most of the startups really don't have what it takes to become funded, to become a really sustainable business. And the faster, I believe, you come from that perspective, why my startup is crappy and nobody wants to invest in it, then you might have a little bit of chance in succeeding over the others, because that will give you the edge, the mindset of really, pushing the limits and looking beyond. Thank you. Questions?
Questions for Davis? Do you actually listen to Pitbull?
I know this one song for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's good that you know only one song. Thank you, Davis.
At least one.
Thank you so much. Davis Barons. Let's applaud him. Okay, dear audience, we're gonna make a break till, let's say, 13:30, and see you there sharp. Thank you. Paul, CTO at First Dibs. He leads the technology vision and strategy for the world's leading online luxury market, grown his engineering team from 3 to 85. So let's hear his success story. Ross.
Before I get into how we grew with our team, both my team from 3 to 85, as you mentioned, but also the company from 55 people when I joined to around 325 now, I just wanted to tell everybody about what First Dibs is. We, as you mentioned, is the leading online luxury marketplace. We do, actually, how do I advance slides? Do you have a slide clicker? Tech error in the beginning. That really does add 10 pounds. Got it. We focus on the high-end luxury marketplace, full-price goods. We have about a $27 billion core market of people that are buying primarily furniture, which is enormous. So our job and what we've been doing for the past 16 years has been cutting into that offline market and bringing that online into the modern age, removing some of the opacity that is in this marketplace so that our buyers can actually browse products from all over the world. We have 3,000 different dealers that are on our platform. They're in countries, primarily Europe. There's also a lot in North America, and we have Australia as well. And we are constantly expanding. Type of stuff we sell, you can see it here. This is this week's furniture new listings. We are releasing things. Probably tell the price point is fairly high. I'm a big fan of the Nakashima table. If anybody wants to buy it for me, I'd appreciate it. For fun, sometimes it's good. If you want to see the type of goods by price, if anybody could afford this, I definitely want to talk to you afterwards. And if you're more of a jewelry person, we have some fairly nice jewelry that's also on sale. The market's an interesting thing. So like as I mentioned, we're primarily furniture. We're also in jewelry, fashion, and fine art. The $27 billion addressable market right now, if we include all of the other adjacent markets we're in, it's actually $371 billion. Again, primarily this is all offline, and as every year more and more is coming online, and we've been able to position ourselves as the leader for these type of goods to be purchased online. The way the business works, we have these 3,000 dealers. They use us as a portal to list and advertise their goods. Buyers and interior designers go onto our site. They view the goods and are able to purchase it. This sort of is a self-replicating cycle because eventually they're not going to want to sell this merchandise. It goes back to the dealers who are able to list it onto our site. It's a big business. We calculate that about $1 billion of goods was sold that was listed on our platform. Only 143 of that was through the platform last year, and we see that as the addressable market right now without growing any supply or growing any of our adjacent markets. If we close the gap and bring all that merchandise onto our marketplace, it's the way to grow the business. Our average spend for a customer is over $4,000 a year, which is pretty fantastic. And what I'm going to talk about a little bit here is how we got there and also how once we got our venture capital funding, how we've grown the business. It was started in 2001, and it was a very different world in 2001. All this stuff was offline. Our founder was in the Paris flea market, and he's like, this stuff should probably be online. He started listing things. The world was a different place. Only 8% of the world was online. E-commerce was 32 billion. It wasn't pennies, but it's about 350 billion now. The most important thing that happened that has changed First Dibs over the years is that when we started, we were a listing site. We were like a Craigslist for vintage furniture, where the buyers would see the goods, they would then connect with the dealers offline and make the sale. Since the VC funding came in and me and the team have started working on the platform, we've actually made it a fully functioning e-commerce marketplace. And because of that, we've been able to take the money that is being spent on our site and reinvest it into the platform and continue to make improvements. Future, where we're going. Right now, all of the relatively low-priced goods has been captured by the Amazons and the Walmarts of the world. What we're capturing is the $5,000+ orders, and we are becoming the preeminent destination for all this goods to be purchased. When I joined, the company was 11 years old already. It had grown naturally for the first 11 years without any VC funding. The VC funding came in. New team came in, I came in to lead the tech team, and the very first thing that I realized was how I knew absolutely nothing about the business. I didn't know the people that were involved. I didn't know what our dealers who were listing the merchandise, what their needs were. I didn't quite understand the culture. And it was an important thing for people. How many people here are engineers, actually? Awesome. Some of the later slides will be very much for you, and I'll try to make it not so technically painful for everybody else. The platform was hard to understand from a technical perspective, but of all the things to learn when joining the company, that was the easiest part. The harder part was understanding what the people needed to go forward. So a lot of the beginning was, we called it like First Dibs University. The different areas of the business were coming and presenting to the new team members. How does the business market itself? How do we grow? Where are the pain points? So it was learning and being humble was very important. The other thing that was important in the beginning was knowing that the existing team had no idea who these the new executives that were now in charge after the VC funding came in, what they were planning. So day one was learning. Day two was realizing how bad the situation was. This chart, for people don't know, there's a Google Webmaster Tool. Basically, the Google bot crawls your website, and it reports on how slow or how fast your site is. And what this is, when I joined the company, the speed of the website in seconds for Google to pull an individual page. So it was painful to the point where searching was actually 24 seconds long for people to use the platform. Still did, though. But it was a great thing in some ways for me as a CTO, because I was able to get in there and go, that's pretty easy to fix. And then, speed was 5% of this at the first board meeting. Board members were very impressed. They then expected me to make that 10,000% improvement every year. Wasn't able to do that, but it was a nice thing to come in as a CTO. When I came, I had to figure out how to move forward. It's very tempting when you join a company to say that, and engineers do this every time they get a new piece of code or get a piece of code that someone else developed. They assume that everything before them is utter garbage, and they have the natural tendency to want to just get rid of it and do everything new. It's rarely the right move to do that. Usually, the company we came in, the company had been successful for 10 years or 11 years before we came in, so there was obviously doing something right. And there was a lot of humility needed to go, wait, there's a lot of problems, a lot of bad, but finding the good that's there, allowing yourself to use that as a base to build upon was critical. The next thing that's important is figuring out your team and who the personnel is that's already there. Not everyone's great. Letting the people go that are problems, very important. But you also have to evaluate fairly that people are there, because there's definitely the hierarchy that might be there could be completely messed up. When I joined, the best developer that was on the current team when I joined was not running the team. He was a developer. But getting to know them, you get to see that the existing seniority doesn't necessarily always make sense. Culture is super important. It's hard to emphasize how important. What we were able to do is both keep the culture that was originally there. Big holiday celebrations happened. Halloween was a big thing. But also add our own things like pranking everyone every chance we get with the tin foil, doing hackathons, taking people to US Open tennis match every year, or visiting a very lovely castle that's outside of the city. We also did a lot of strategy meetings. We still do. Every 6 months, we have 2-day meetings where we go and we talk about what the drivers are of the businesses, what are the main strategies we need to focus on, and we define what's not important. So almost knowing what isn't important that you're currently doing is almost as important as knowing what is. It allows you to ignore or put on ice or somehow suspend all the extra parts of your business which seem adjacent, but overall they start taking up more and more of your time. You don't get to focus on the core. Focus on the stuff that's actually driving your business forward. Have to plan for growth when you join an engineering team too. Big questions. One of the biggest ones is, how big do you think your team needs to be to achieve the objectives that you've set forward in your strategies? And once you know that, everything else kind of falls in place too. Do you believe in DevOps? Do you believe in full stack developers? Those questions are different. Full stack is a totally natural, easy thing when you have 5 developers. When you're 100 developers, it has a whole set of extra challenges that are a different thing to consider. Do you believe in the microservices hype or Docker? Or what primary languages do you want to use? Do you believe that Python is everything? Or do you want to just go all Node? Or is React the framework you want to use? The important thing, from my perspective, is not to try to do everything. A lot of companies will let individual developers define their own preferences, and one developer will be using one framework, and he's all Angular, and the next guy is all React. It's a maintenance nightmare. So the more that you can figure this out in the beginning, the more that you can define it, the more successful you get to be. Growing a team, also very tricky. External recruiters are expensive. It's a painful thing when you're talking to an external recruiter and they want to charge you 10, 20, 25% of an employee's salary to hire them. Ultimately, when you're small, I think you have to bite the bullet. There's a cost to delaying your hiring. Your revenues aren't going to grow. You're not going to be able to realize your vision. It's better to get the people in place as soon as possible to get the ball rolling as quickly as possible. Next thing to do is who you're hiring, stay away from too many senior people. When you hire too many senior people into the team, there have expectations, there's ego that's involved, there's often almost technical religious wars that can start when one senior person believes in one way of building things and another believes in another, and it causes problems. If you can hire from universities, if you can hire junior developers, the senior people in the team are able to kind of convince them and groom them into the way that this current team is working. Not necessarily that other ways aren't equally as good, but as long as you can be consistent, it leads to more efficiency. Offshoring is another thing we did. Once we got to about 50 engineers, one of our engineers who's from Lithuania wanted to come home. And rather than letting him go home by himself and he was willing to work remotely for us, I was like, we wanted to make him successful. And we used that as an opportunity for us to build a team. We have 12 developers in Lithuania right now. And it's worked fantastically for us because we had the right person who understood what the business was, how our engineering team developed, to build a team around his knowledge and have the new team work the way that our team back in New York City worked. Doing the same thing now with another developer in India. We have 4 developers in India, same model. India is being our back-end team, and everyone in Lithuania is our front-end and middle layer. So here's our growth pattern. There's a lot here. It's probably my favorite slide I make. It's a couple months out of date, too. In the beginning, when I came, we were all full stack, really, which was perfect because we were busy trying to make everything work. When I realized how big the team had to get, I decided we'd go specialization. First thing happened, we did a bunch of front-end people, and the back-end team started to grow. Back-end's being done all in Java, which is great if you're a Java guy, which I am. The QA, if you notice, we didn't hire a QA resource for the first year, which was confusing, especially to my product team. I think with limited resources, dedicating to QA, especially when you're changing as rapidly as a young company, I guess we were 10 years old, but young in terms of the startup company, was changing, it's a tricky thing for QAing. And the impact of QA can be both enormous and, if you get the wrong QA person, trivial. So we were very, very, very deliberate when we finally brought in QA and started adding QA into the process of our team. And to speak more of the process, I'd like to introduce Tim Whitten, the VP of Engineering, who will talk about how our processes changed as we grow.
Thank you. Hey everyone, how's it going? So there's not many engineers here, so I'll try to couch this in terms of this is the types of things, if you hire a competent engineering lead, that they're going to be thinking about as you grow the team. And you, just as a business lead or product lead, you need to be aware of these things happening. And why your tech lead may want to take time to change some processes or meet about how processes and different things will run. So as Ross said, First Dibs started as a bootstrap company with the CEO and product founder working directly with a tech founder, very small team. They didn't really use a lot of standard product management, project management, or software development processes. They were a small team. They weren't tracking the project. They weren't managing source code. They weren't using continuous integration. They kind of would just write the stuff, push it out. There wasn't a lot of process around how new features were developed or why they were doing them. It was a sort of like the product founder would think, hey, we should do this thing, and tell the tech founder to do it, and then they would do that thing. When Ross came in and we started growing the team, he hired me to come in and help with the front end. And as we started to grow, we got more product managers, and more engineers, and a product manager, and individual engineers would work together using some project tracking. We use Jira and source code management. We use Git and GitHub, and that was working pretty good for the first year and a half. The team kept growing. We did some big releases, and we learned some things from that. As the team kept growing, we moved to Agile, and I put that in quotes because we use some of the processes of Agile or Scrum, and I'm sure if you're familiar with software development, you've heard about the different processes you use in Agile or Scrum. We kind of define it as just being able to iterate quickly. And to iterate quickly, your code has to be designed in a way that you can iterate quickly. It has to be modular. It has to be able to have different pieces come together, have individual developers work on different pieces without stepping on each other's toes. And then we also took the big kind of crowd team that we had, and we started splitting it into product-focused teams. And since we're an e-commerce marketplace, those teams consisted of product-facing features that are relevant to an e-commerce marketplace. If you're developing a business and you need to start breaking your team into product managers and engineers, working with them, you would make your own decisions based on your business. We were e-commerce, so we had teams that were called, that focused on top of the funnel, the e-commerce funnel, our checkout and transactions experience, our dealer tools, since we had a marketplace and dealers all over the world uploading items to the platform, that was important. And we ended up with 6 teams. And that was 2.5 years in, I think. We also just started defining sprints, which is another sort of agile concept. We decided on 2 weeks. Along with sprints comes the idea of a backlog, where you start listing tasks in your project management software that are product-facing features, any tech debt that you've been starting to take on, non-urgent bugs that are coming up. Along with backlog comes the idea of grooming. So you'd have a meeting once every 2 weeks. You'd look at the different tasks that are in your backlog, start to prioritize them. Engineers put estimates on them so that the business and the product folks know, how long is this going to take? Is this really going to meet the ROI I need on this thing? And we started using continuous integration, which means that all the engineers are committing code to different repositories, and we have automated processes to merge all that code together, run it through tests, deploy it to staging and QA servers and that kind of thing. And we were happy. We're like, hey, that's pretty good. And you might think that you have it set, but we kept growing. The business kept changing. Our strategy was changing. So we have to reevaluate and refine our different processes. We're getting more PMs, more engineers, more complexity. The engineers decided we needed to start doing code reviews. There's too much code coming in that wasn't being looked at and determined to be of a quality that we needed to have in our code base. This, from a business standpoint or a product standpoint, this means that your engineers might slow down a bit. But if you don't adopt some practices like this, what you're going to have is more tech debt, more maintainability issues, which are harder to strategize around and consider the risk of, right? So if you just have lots of bugs going out because the code isn't being managed properly, there's no unit tests, there's no code reviews, you're going to have engineers whose productivity drops because they're putting out fires all the time. And we also, at this point, started breaking up sort of these monolithic code bases we had into smaller units that we could deploy without having side effects on other parts of the product. So we just had, our product detail page is one thing, and we'll just deploy that. And we know we're not going to break the search and browse experience. And we just keep doing that. We're adding more monitoring. New Relic is really helpful with that. Performance feeds back into our design decisions. Instead of just 6 teams, we're now more flexible. We have these tiger teams, which you have one particular business initiative. It may be over just half of the year that you want to attack that initiative. So you bring some experts from other teams, put them together, and you attack that one thing. Once you're done, that team can disperse, and you can go on to the next thing. We've been building in a little bit more DevOps into our front-end teams, and we're starting to experiment with daily releases as opposed to weekly releases that we do now. And that was it, kind of quickly. And I give it back to Ross.
Thanks. Thank you, Tim. When we started growing, we had to focus on where to put our resources. And of all the important things we did, we very much focused on conversion versus on growing the platform. Conversion, I mean, how many people are going to come onto our website and actually make a purchase? It's very easy to buy eyeballs. It's easy to sell $1 for 75 cents, as we say. What we wanted to do is make sure that the people that were coming to our site were qualified traffic, and we wanted to figure out ways of driving that qualified traffic. One of the most important ways we did it was organic traffic. We wanted to own all the keywords that people are searching for when they buy some of the furniture that's on our website. We did a lot of effort to grow it. It's been pretty successful over the year. And a lot of it is just following SEO best practices. It's constant. You have to always work on it. Every single time you're building any product, you have to consider what is the SEO ramifications of doing this. And we bite ourselves. We'll do something which hurts us in terms of how the organic traffic is working. And that's why we're monitoring it constantly. And almost every time we do a release, I'm looking at our SEO experts going, did we break anything? Because it's critical to the business. It's free if you're doing it right. So you might as well get that traffic going. The biggest changes from my perspective as CTO is how we've changed the infrastructure. So I'm going to try to make this, it's still, I think, mostly not engineer, so this isn't too scary, I promise. The way that our website looked when it started in 2001 is the way that most websites start. You've got one machine that has the web server on it that's serving content, as well as a database, which is holding all of your information. We're a marketplace, so we had the added complexity that we had two different types of users. We had buyers on the website, and we had dealers that were listing merchandise. So that was fine, worked pretty well to get going, and then the site started getting traction, and Oprah mentioned it. And this was before we were ready for any real traffic, and it caused all sorts of massive problems. The tech founder did a natural thing. He's like, all right, the database blew up. Let's put the database on a dedicated machine. And he thought he was fine. It was still a little bit slow. And he's like, all right, well, let me split out the buyer web portal from the dealer web portal. Again, things were good until it got a little slower and more traffic. He started replicating the database. That was good, and then Oprah happened again. Second mention of Oprah, again, site toppled over for a few hours until the traffic died down. He kept on growing, things were fine, added more databases and more databases. 5 is going to be a little better. The site was painfully slow. This is the state it was in when I joined the company. This is when we were at 24 seconds for a search, or general crawl of the web pages being about 12 seconds. So first thing I did was evaluate how we were using the hardware that we had already currently paid for. We were hosted, we were in a colo location, and split it up. Decided to use the hardware more efficiently. We added Apache as Apache Solr as a search engine. Solr is like Elasticsearch. It's Lucene backed. It's effectively like having a little Google inside of your site that you can control and search the content from. We also got a reverse proxy load balancer. We use Varnish, which I can't recommend enough. It's a fantastic product. It both acts as a caching layer inside of your data center and lets you load balance and lets you do some logic at the edge. That was good. Next thing we did, we decided to add a CDN, which is natural. We started having some back-end developers. We made Java services, which began to be the interface from the front end to the database. That was great. And our contract was up. And at that point, I wasn't yet thrilled with AWS. This was a number of years ago. So we moved on to a rack space, and they required us to have a firewall, which I thought was a good idea. It wasn't. They required us to have a load balancer. That was a hardware load balancer. Thought that was a good idea. It also wasn't. But we had what I was pretty happy with lots of redundancy in the system, and it was pretty great. Next major change we made was we put the entire site, the www, started going through the CDN as well. And that led to enormous performance improvements. Might be confusing for people out there. I'm not sure how many people understand what a CDN is. Show of hands, who knows what a CDN is? It's a content distribution network. CDNs basically are having data centers all over the world that can serve your content. Typically, companies will use it for images and static resources so that they're cached not in the internal company's data center, but closer to the end user. Basic example of how the web works to understand why it's useful. Imagine this guy wants to buy a nice chair from First Dibs. He happens to be located in Mexico City. He types firstdibs.com into his web browser. DNS looks that up, figures out that firstdibs.com happens to be hosted in, let's say, Northern Virginia. And there goes the web page, goes over to him. All right. That is actually horrible. Internet's slow. It's a very, very slow thing. Every time you have distance between your data center and the end user, you're delivering a bad experience to the end user. Also, having your origin exposed to the end users puts yourself at vulnerability for all sorts of bugs. We got hit by this company, Superfish, which wasn't anything malicious. It's a web crawler that does not great things. But they were crawling our website, and they had a bug in their crawler, and they basically hit us with way more traffic than our site could handle. And we were behind a CDN at this point, but it was a CDN that wasn't configured very well, I'll put it that way. And the CDN actually toppled over, and a good amount of our traffic wasn't working. We then went to a better CDN and fixed things. But so the way that it worked before, say we have all these illustrious people who wanted to go to the site, all of them would see firstdibs.com, and the people that were close to the origin would get the site pretty quickly. People that were a little bit further away, it takes a little bit longer, and then you get people that are very far, it takes a painful long time. And I'm not sure who's worse to upset, Putin or Russell Crowe, both of whom are not known for having good temperaments. Might be too close distance-wise to say that here. We use Fastly as our CDN. All these red dots you see are where their data centers are. So whenever someone wants to get data from First Dibs, it's actually coming from these data centers, not our origin. So now, when all these people go to our website, they look up firstdibs.com, they get a whole bunch of different data centers that are close to these end users. And the content gets to them really quickly. So how much faster? You said, see, this, oh, sorry, before I get that, we actually had another attack after we were behind a properly configured CDN, and this huge spike in traffic. It's almost a 10-fold increase. We actually didn't notice it happen. The site was performing fine. Everything was cached. There was no problem. We just noticed it because of this graph happened to be spiking, and we noticed the graph. And then we had the CDN block the malicious traffic, and it went back to being happy very quickly. Speed improvement was huge. You can see that we're having speed times are cut down basically in half almost everywhere, with the exception of Sydney. Sydney was a weird thing. We were trying to figure out what happened here. You'll see that sometimes Sydney was acting very fast, other times it was very slow. To explain why that was happening, let's look at how two other people in Australia might be looking at things. Let's say Russell Crowe and Nicole Kidman, both of whom want to shop. Russell Crowe wants to go first. He types in firstdibs.com. The DNS points him to the POP, a point of presence that's in, let's say, it's almost Sydney. And that point of presence doesn't know anything about First Dibs yet. It makes a request back to our origin, which is located in the States. Origin returns the website to that POP with a cache header saying how long this content should be cached for, and then that goes to Russell Crowe. When Nicole Kidman looks things up, she already goes, the data center that's close to her already has the content. It's returned very quickly. So those are the different spikes. Russell Crowe would have been the slow one. Nicole Kidman would have been fast. What we did was we realized that for things like the homepage, it doesn't change that often. So rather than having a 10-minute cache, which was original, we upped it to a week. And then any time that we would actually change the homepage, which is more frequently than a week, we would explicitly purge it from the CDN. So we'd have the benefit of long cache duration in the CDN, short cache duration in the end user's browser. And it had a dramatic impact on how traffic in Sydney went. You look at it even further. Again, this is the first dip that you see is when we went dub behind the CDN. The second dip is when we upped the cache duration to a week. North and Europe, you had a similarly fantastic reaction when we did the dub behind the CDN. North America, also great. The only reason it doesn't look quite as great is because it was already pretty good since it was close to our origin. Asia seems pretty great. We were wondering why. We did a little bit of look, and the damn government firewalls really hard to get around the speed improvements there. Because even though we had the POP that was closely located to these countries, to get into the internal networks, we still had to go through the government systems. So back to the system, infrastructure. Our image array, we were not using S3 at this point because we were doing a lot of image manipulation on disk. We moved that up to AWS. We could expand the images with the end goal of trying to get that up into S3. We then moved our database and between there and had some of our admin website being served out of Amazon. We had more fun. We put our entire service layer over in AWS. This is all part of our migration and how we got over to be fully there. Everything was going great. We moved images up into S3. And then solar blew up on us. We did a big release, which changed how things were searched. Solar was messed up. We went back to the tech founder solution, and we decided to throw a whole bunch of hardware at it. Amazon made that easy to temporarily triage by adding a whole bunch of solar nodes. Got that whole thing fixed, and we went fully into AWS. And this is actually where we are now. That's how our entire system's read. Other changes that we've made, we now statically we generate our PDPs, our product details pages. We actually cache those in S3 as well. Fastly as a CDN lets us do logic, and we're able to look in the S3 cache for all of our product details pages, see if the page is there, serve it from S3 if it's there. If not, it goes back to our origin and generates it, so it's an extra layer in case things fall out of cache. Where we're going in the future is red, blue, or Mario, Luigi type deployment, where we're having 2 different data centers, and we allow us to flip between the 2 different data centers, depending on whether or not we have new code in one, old code in Luigi. We can patch Mario to be new, or if we want to do a test in Mario, we can direct 10% of our traffic to Mario, 90% of it's still going to Luigi. I'm out of time, which is a shame, because I have my grumpy old man slide. There's a lot of tech trends that are out there, which I'm not a huge fan of, but if anyone wants to find me afterwards, I'm happy to tell them why. Full stack, I hate. DevOps, I actually do not like, and I think it wastes a lot of time. Microservices, I think, are a joke. JavaScript framework du jour, there's always a new one, and it's probably not a good one. NoSQL is fortunately a trend that I think is getting put into a properly small niche. Hibernate and its ilk, usually it's a waste of time. You should just write the SQL yourself. Containers and Dockers, I don't get, but that's probably me just being a grumpy old man because I think everyone else really likes it for a reason. All right, thank you all very, very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe we have some questions.
Oh, time for questions.
Questions. Well, they're chilling, you know, so.
Beanbag chairs are very comfy.
Yeah. Okay, so in this case, I do have a question. You were talking a lot about strategy planning. So strategy planning in a certain timeline can be a tricky business. So how do you think starting startup should plan their strategy? How far should reach into the future? A year, a 2, 20?
Be aware of where you want to go 3 years in the future, but know that whatever plan you come up with today is not going to be where you're doing even 6 months from now. So we get pretty specific in the priorities for 6-month windows, and we then spend those 6-month windows really working as hard as we can on the specific tasks. And then we're reevaluating in the middle of the 6 months, and then we're having a long evaluation for what we want to do for the next 6 months. So data on the ground sometimes changes it, but that's a good way to focus. And you also have to be aware of that 3-year goal, because not all tasks can be completed in 6 months. So it's important to take those big year-long projects or 2-year-long projects and start them and prioritize them as well.
Ross, thank you very much. Tim, thank you too.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's time for a break. Okay, so we'll have a break till 15:30, so please indulge yourselves in Westernian meditation, which is coffee and cigarettes. Of course. product. So, Sharunas, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hey guys, I expected less, so it's very cool. So, I am Sharunas Vechanskas, CTO at TransferGo, a company which I hope you guys know, but if you don't, we work in fintech. We help people who go and travel abroad send money home. That's our catchphrase. And we love data. We kind of are a company which constantly discusses what data to use and what is the right data, what are the right kind of degrees of data to use. And because of that data, we raised ourselves an interesting question, possibly 3-4 months ago, to ask how likely is it that you would recommend TransferGo to your friend? Basically, it's an NPS score. If you don't know what an NPS is, it's a net promoter score, which indicates from 0 to 10, how likely would you, as a customer, recommend us to your friend. And you can give from 0 to 10, and when we sum this up, we don't do it actually, the software does it for us. We sum this up, and we get a result from -100 to +100. Everyone does that who kind of tries to track their own NPS. And from -100 to 0, you probably need to think what's wrong with your product if your customers are saying, I would possibly not recommend you, like the majority of the customers. Because it's a formula which says like accumulates over time and changes over time. So all the changes you do to your product, it basically represents how well you are standing at the moment. For example, Starbucks has a score of 77, I think. Google's around 50, 60, and so on. A lot of banks are very, very low. I think I know only like one bank. I don't remember actually the name now, but only one bank having like 70 region. There are a lot of possibly very, very good NPSs, and we are very glad to have an 83 score, which is above 70 is basically world class. So we are very happy to be world class at this moment. So I wanted to share how we work and how products in general are built to get such a score from customers. Because it's not just 10 customers. I don't know. From our current test set, I think it's 5,000 people already in this calculation, or maybe more. So it's not a fluke, so it's very interesting, nice trend over a lot of our corridors. So I wanted to kind of share what my insights and what our general insights are, what makes a company and a product world class. So let's start with one thing which I constantly continue to say to everyone, what is a best product. A best product starts with best people. What does that mean? That starts not at, I don't know, saying, oh, I'm the best. Just look at me, I'm the best, I'll do everything best. No, it starts with basically from a founders or from management point of view, with finding and searching for the best people. The best people actually, if you look at the short-term perspective, like it's in the early stage, you might think, okay, so the things which I need are basically tech people. So not tech people, but technical fit. And it's the only thing I care because I will only need them to build the stuff. But it's very easy to start with that and think that it's the only thing which matters. For example, a person is very good technical fit, and that's it. He can be a loner, he can sit in the corner, build the best products, not talk to anyone, and just be by himself or herself. And that would be kind of a short-term solution, which would backfire as soon as the company or the team needs to start scaling up. Because I have not seen too many products, or maybe even a single product, which would have achieved a world-class status or huge scale just with one developer, with one tech person. So that means you will need to eventually have more people, and What matters then is the cultural fit, how they will work together, how they will express their opinions together with themselves and with yourself in the company. If they can work together, that's cool. So if they cannot, basically what that means that the initial investment in the just pure technical fit and doesn't matter, and ignoring all the other things will mean that eventually, when the teams start scaling up, you will need to make a decision. Okay, so I need to either change that person or I need to restructure the teams, which is painful. In general, basically, you don't want to do that exercise. So my opinion on this topic is the best people start with good mix of technical and cultural fit. And once you start looking and just surrounding yourself with people like that, you can leave a challenge of building a product and basically help them to themselves. So basically, you don't need to no longer micromanage or anything with them. The next topic is once you start hiring the best people and working with the best people, you have to go away from a mindset that you are the best person who knows the product. So basically, you have to do the data analysis and, I don't know, do the market analysis and understand that you're not just building that product to yourself. I had a couple of very, I would say, painful but interesting experiences working in a couple of companies where the products, basically we created very nice products, and in the end, they did not scale in a sense that the only person who needed them was the founder. So, for example, there was one company which I worked with, which did commodity aggregating of commodity trading data, which is cool, allows you to see some very nice trends, then mix and match them, and possibly do interesting calls on what to invest in, what not to invest in, and eventually maybe reach value. But in the end, that tool was meant for very, very, very niche users, basically data analysts, who, in essence, when we started pitching that product, just said that this is very cool, I see this trend, but if you can, give me the raw data. I don't really care. This is cool, but give me the raw data. So what that meant that with that product, we just built that product for the founder, because eventually, this basically going back retrospectively, he was that data analyst who just decided that, okay, so I do a lot of work to basically give a small insight, and we just replaced his one function instead of creating a huge product which applied to everyone. The other problem was that in a lot of cases, those data analysts were not the decision makers on the tools like that. They were decision makers on what the data is needed, but not the tools. So another example like that was a blogging platform where I worked with very nice people, and we were creating a blogging platform to help the bloggers get paid more and get paid better from their content. So basically manage the whole advertising and content supporting system. But in the end, what happened, since the founder himself was very, very, very into it, so he started forming everything around his opinion, only not listening around what the market needs, actually. So the backlog at the end looked like, okay, feature in WordPress X, Y, Z, add. In the end, we just created the WordPress. After even my departure, they even came to a decision of using WordPress altogether, which was a pain. So, small thing, don't start building the products for yourself only. Start with looking who needs that product. And that brings me to the next topic, is listen to power users. And power users are something that I would call it's a kind of a trend now, not now, or a very long time already, where a lot of people like innovation and like to adopt innovation very, very quickly. And they want to make it their life, basically. And once they see something new, someone changing, like breaking down a process, and they see that they can basically change or improve their life with something which eliminates altogether some huge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 step process and just makes it one tap, one button press, or one something simple. They just want to adapt that because there's a critical mass of when all of the people, or the majority of the people, will adapt it, but there's a very interesting group of people who want and search for it. And for a product to basically be influenced and gain from this is to identify and get some power users as soon as possible. And because what that means is as soon as you will get some power users who are early adapters, early users, they will help you to do possibly even quality assurance for you, because they will use your product even though it's breaking, because it will eventually create value for them. And basically, they will be your quality assurance people, they will be your ambassadors, because every time something will happen, and this is a very nice thing which we have with TransferGo is, for example, even in public forums or just chat sites, we do have a lot of situations where all the people ask, okay, so what should I use for sending money home? What's the solution? Is TransferGo good? We actually don't even follow that, and we have a lot of people who are two kinds of people. One is just early adopters and power users. The other one is just the other side, which will be in the next slide. People who just explain how TransferGo is doing that and this, how their exchange rate is good, how their procedures are necessary, and so on. So basically, in the end, the power users become the ambassadors. And that's what you want, basically, from the power users to get the first ambassadors and go to some sort of critical mass when it's kind of almost a trend to be a power user, to explain and possibly even share your product. And that brings me to the next thing of when you are searching or trying to identify your power users, do not sculpt them around what you want them to be, but rather allow data to show you what they are. What this means is basically, it does not always mean that they are very, very tech savvy or they are actually early adopters. It might be that they found you somehow and started using you because of a value, because your product was in the middle of the problem they had and the solution, which basically your product is a solution. I have a very interesting example from the startup where I used to work. We were doing fine dining food delivery from fine dining places, restaurants in London, and we had a couple of power users which were just exceptional. The ROI was, I don't know, at some point we just decided that we should remove them from calculations, average calculations altogether, because the ROI was just exceptional. They were ordering food once, twice a day, every single day. So basically, on our average calculations where we expected the users to order at least once, maybe twice a month, they were just skewing all the data for us. And once we looked into it, they were not our assumed users, our assumed customers, not the profile, basically. One of them was like, I think, a security guard who just decided that, okay, I will not, basically, I have two options. I have an option to go and pick up the food myself. I will basically go, then wait in line, then order something, and then bring it back. So basically, the food is a little bit spoiled and all of that. Or I can just tap, order again, whatever I'm ordering every day or every couple of days, and just receive it when I need it and as hot as I need it. And once we reached out to him, we were like expecting it for him to explain us, okay, so he knows how to hack our system because we were not happy with the whole performance. And he was like, I don't care about anything. Your product is just good. I like it. I'm just used to it. Tap, tap, tap. And what happens is that he actually followed the trend which I'm setting is he became our ambassador. And we saw a couple of other users acting like that. We did a kind of order heat map around London, and we saw that around a couple of people like that, we see heat maps. So basically, they even though they're not technical, not tech savvy, they started doing this word of mouth kind of thing. So, for example, around that security guard, we saw the whole building eventually starting to order food. We didn't advertise there, but he was our ambassador. He was our power user, and he was kind of, even though he's not tech savvy, he was actually advertising us and giving us huge value. So my small point here is don't assume and don't kind of shape your power users around what you think they are, but let the data show you what they possibly are. This brings me to the next topic, small topic, is when building the products, think about what you add there, and most likely think more about what you don't add there. The real-life scenario usually, which is most likely kind of a common topic, is that 90% of everything you add additionally is a nice-to-have. There's only like 1-2 features which the customers will always say, okay, if you ask them, why do you come to use our product, they will most likely say, I use it for one thing. They will not say, I use it for, I don't know, this feature, but they will most likely say, I use it for X feature and something. So basically, we will see the trend that there's 1 or 2 things which make your product the product. Basically, what that means that your product is a solution to a problem, and everything else is a nice to have. So once you start doing that, start thinking about basically what features I'm adding are the features which the data is showing me to add, not the features which I think will make it very good. So basically, it means that you start with one product, one feature. This is how all the products are. And then instead of adding additional nice-to-haves, start thinking, OK, so I see in the data that someone is not using me for X reason, not using our product for X reasons. Maybe you have to look into it. Maybe you have to look into what data is showing, what the customers are saying. In that scenario, maybe the power users will have some sort of answers on top of it. Of course, you will need to do some bets, but at the same time, don't fill your roadmap with a lot of features, which are just features. What I mean with features is that most likely you will have competitors which will have more features or different features or something like that. And what I would advise not to do is not to follow what, for example, a lot of furniture stores do. I know this very interesting story of, it is actually kind of a common joke of how there were a lot of furniture stores on one street, and they were competing for the same customer. They were competing for the same customer. And eventually they started doing, OK, so we get one furniture store gets a sofa, one kind of sofa, and all of them get that sofa. Then another gets something else, and all of them get that. In the end, the whole street is filled with furniture stores selling the exact same things. And once you go and ask them, why do they do that? They're like, because everyone else is doing that. If I don't do it, it's basically I'm losing. Well, no. If you're selling one thing, if you're doing one thing, most likely you're good at it. And if people will say, I'll come here for this. If you have all the features which everyone else has, you will just end up in that rat race where everyone will compare you for the same things rather than you will have one unique selling point. Which brings me to the next thing. Once building the products is the important thing is don't think that the problem the customers have is the UI of something. Like don't think that, okay, so we have, again, this is a very high level example, but we have Facebook. Facebook is cool, but their UI is terrible. So I'll just create new Facebook with, I don't know, different colors because people don't like blue. So don't start with the product or iterations with an idea of, okay, I will just improve the UI and it will be good. I would say from this to the next one, I would just go from a point of improving the UI to the point of removing as many possible details as possible to be all about just one feature. Start with the concept of Google. It started from one input, one search button, and every product is exactly like that. It's just one simple button, which I call, I like it very, I think there already are a couple of startups in US which have this one very nice feature, is like the app is just one button, is get me pizza. And what that does is just basically you press that button and you get your favorite pizza, where you are, everything automatically paid, and that's it. So basically the UI is just one big red button. Start to think conceptually about your product in a way that why do you need more details? It's just one button, and that's it. So start thinking from a perspective of not less details. It's easier to maintain, less copy to maintain, less colors, less designers, less testing to do to actually iterate that. And I like to use this very simple quote, sadly I don't remember who said that, about the design in general, that a designer knows he has achieved perfection not when there is nothing to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. And I kind of strongly believe that in product building in general, because there's always space to add more, I don't know, shadows, designs, buttons, drop-downs, all of that. But once you achieve that level where it's just that one feature, one nice looking thing, which doesn't need to, there's nothing left to take away, but it still does that perfect job, you have achieved perfection. Which brings me to the next thing, is identifying why people actually love your product. Coming back to my previous kind of couple of slides back, most likely, again, a lot of features, a lot of things you have in your product, people don't care about that. They use your product despite all of that. They focus on one thing, or they want to focus on one thing, and they love that one thing. If you, for example, even for us, the NPS, when we started tracking it, the people can leave a score and they can leave a comment. A huge percentage of people left a comment about one thing, like about either our transfer rates being good, or just our product being good in general, like how easy it is to send and how good of an exchange rate it is actually to use with TransferGo. And basically, that's the common theme with a lot of products. It's just identify one, two, or just the thing why people love it, and just continue making it your priority. The next thing is, I think a lot of people actually say that when it comes to growing products, is don't over-engineer. But from my perspective, is keep that over-engineering level at a healthy level. Don't go into an argument, for example, I don't know, management people versus tech people. Don't go into an argument of standstill. Don't go into no. Everything has to be perfect, or no. Everything has to be shipped quickly. Have a healthy kind of, I always identify it as a small arrow going from one side to another. It's have a healthy attitude where it's try to basically do your iterations very, very fast, and try to make sure that they are very small, so they don't cost you a lot. I know a couple of examples of people, even a couple of my friends, where they spent painfully 12 months basically building something in their mom's garage, and then they said, okay, now it's perfect. Now I'll ship it to the world, everyone will love it, everyone will use it. What ended up? People did not understand one product, people did not, they used it, but they said, okay, this is too very specific, the UI, everything is too thought through, like for me, I want it just for one feature, again, just for one thing I love, everything else is just stopping me. And what happened is that they spent 12 months doing something which they thought was right, and maybe what was right in this niche scenario, when they could have just, I don't know, prototyped a very ugly solution just to test out an idea and get some data. Okay, someone is using it, cool. Someone is not using it, cool. I learned that no one is going to use it, and I saved 12 months. That's cool. Most likely, a lot of scenarios will be where you will learn that something does not work. That means that if you kind of go to that assumption initially, and you don't engineer everything to the perfection level, the arrow is not at the perfect side, basically you will be just saving time all the time. Your MVPs will be ship, fail, okay, learn, ship, fail, learn. And then ship, okay, this is successful. Now, let's invest here a little bit. So basically what that means, you'll fail a lot of times, you won't over-engineer every single solution, and you will most likely hit with a small MVP, which you will be able to then elaborate, use, and create additional value for the customers. From this, I want to mention a very good use case, which I heard actually, funnily enough, from a bank presentation, how they view problems in general, is about failing about all of those shipping a feature, which is an MVP, even not an MVP, even in real-life scenarios, which possibly has a possibility to fail. In our scenario, once we're working with money, it means that the price of a failure is very, very high for us. For example, if we show ambiguity like this, that you, for example, where you go to your account and you see you have a balance of 1 million euros, and then, oops, sorry, possibly it's 1 million or 1,000. Please refresh. It's basically just it destroys the whole trust with your brand, and then basically the first thing I always kind of think and encourage to do is think about your failures. Just think about how your 500 error code page will look, and basically create your own fail whale and just make it okay. So instead of showing you 1 million or 1,000, we're showing you, oh, sorry, we had to log you off. And that's why actually I think a lot of you would most likely have seen that, where you log into your bank and they say, oh, sorry, we had to log you off. Most likely what happened there is that their systems did not crash. Their systems just returned some sort of ambiguity, which they did not want to handle at all. They did not want to create any rule saying if, I don't know, they didn't want to do, okay, so we have 1 million and 1,000, so which one is correct? Let's do an average. Maybe the bigger one is true, maybe the lower one is true. I don't know. Basically, instead of doing that, they just log you off. So they just eliminate the ambiguity altogether, and that way they limit your access. Basically, they log you off, you start your experience again, without even thinking that their systems failed or their systems returned any ambiguity. From this, another topic which I want to touch, exactly with limiting access, is once to limit access for an overloaded traffic which you might receive. For example, and this was a very good topic which I actually learned a couple of weeks ago in Google Next presentation, where we were talking about uptime. And this was very, very cool, where they were talking, okay, so what do? We have a capacity for a server of 10,000 users, and we receive 500,000. What do? Our systems after 10,000, from 20, 30, 50,000, become dead slow. So it's like everything's loading up for a minute, and so on and so on. What they decided to do, what was the best practice, was to start doing load shedding, basically. Help the existing 10,000 still enjoy your product. Everyone else, sorry, 500, fail whale. Come back later. But what that means is your product is still accessible to your users, to that 10,000. Obviously, everyone else is not using your product. They are standing in a queue. And eventually, if they refresh, someone leaves and they are in those 10,000. So just think about that. Just limit the access instead of creating a slow, bad experience. So basically, this is a two-point thing. It's one thing, don't show ambiguity. The other thing is limit the access basically altogether, so you don't limit the product and the experience for everyone else. And then the last one, which I probably started with and coming back to the same topic, is fall in love with your data. Your data will most likely show you what you're doing wrong. Not most likely, it will show you what you're doing wrong. It will show you what you're doing right. Most likely the wrong part will be very, 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 very heavy on the side of, okay, a lot of wrongs, a couple of rights. But all the wrongs are also kind of good just because all of them are lessons. The key is just to kind of have those lessons. Cost you very, very little amount of resources. So don't be blind, fall in love with data, have a lot of funnels, have a lot of reasonable metrics to track, and just keep looking at them, keep understanding them, because the product is one, the metrics is the other thing. And if you don't have the data to back all your hunches and everything, you're just living in a world where you're, as a developer or as a team which is developing a product, you're using a hunch-driven development rather than data-driven development. And hunch-driven development is very cool if you're on a pulse of an industry and you feel that every guess you make is the guess and everything works. But at some point, it will stop, because with a growing amount of users, your hunches will just change. And starting from your power user perspective, where you're the power user, you will most likely not be the power user anymore. So yeah, fall in love with data. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
No worries.
Maybe some questions for Sharunas. Because if not, we have one question for Sharunas.
Can we skip that guy?
Hey, how are you?
Good, you?
I think you know me, right?
I have seen you around here.
Are you hiring any people? I'm very interested. I'm an Android developer.
Yes, we're
How
hiring
can
Android
I
developers.
work at your company?
Are you an Android developer?
Yes, I am.
Yes, we're hiring Android and iOS developers. Definitely, we're searching for you. Come and talk with me.
Good money?
And anyone else.
Great
Very good
money?
money. Best
Good.
money.
Well, basically, yeah. Any more questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good, good, good. Oh my God. Now we're moving to something that will be something amazing and awesome. It's, of course, the finals of the startup battle powered by Trinity. And so we have 9 startups that will compete today, and of course they will compete for the prizes. The third place winner will take 1,000 euros, second place will take 2,000 euros, and the first place winner will receive 3,000 euros. So, okay, I must make a short rundown of the rules. So we have 3 minutes presentation for each startup. 3 minutes, of course, jury question and answer and round. People from the audience cannot ask questions. Okay, so now the important part. I will ask for the jury members to introduce themselves. So if we can give jury members microphones. Where are our microphone guys? Okay, guys. Okay, we're fine. Let's start.
Hi, yeah. I'm Donatas from Practical Capital.
Okay, nice to meet you.
I'm Peter, founder CEO at Trustpilot.
Hi, Ekaterina Giannelli. I'm based out of Helsinki with InVenture, early stage fund, Nordic fund.
Hi, my name is Don. I'm from Amsterdam, from Rockstarts.
Hello, I'm Zaya. I'm from EBRD Venture Capital Investment Program.
Hi, I'm Zvika from the Israel-Lithuanian hub from Israel.
Hi, my name is Lina Savaliauskas. I'm from Trinity Law Firm.
Hi, I'm Håkon Brunel from Catapult Accelerator, which is based in Oslo, but focusing on teams also from this region.
Hi, my name is Wim Sohira. I work with Flanders Investment and Trade in Palo Alto.
Hi, I'm Darius Žakaitis, CEO of Vilnius Tech Park.
Hi, I'm Wojtek Laskowski with Mobility Ventures, here year after year. Great startups, great work. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Okay, so what, we can start, but there's a little surprise for you because there's not 9 startups in the finals, there's actually 10 startups. And one startup is mine, and it is called Concly, of course. So very shortly I will give you a presentation of my startup. So the first question, what is Concly? Concly is a Lithuanian national musical instrument that is called in English zither. Well, basically you can play with it. It has strings. So imagine a zither kankles that is made completely out of decomposable materials. That means that Kankli is a sustainable, biodiverse business with scalable attitude. But the best part is that the strings of the kanklias are made of cannabis nanofiber. So when your kankli decomposes, you can smoke the shit out of it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm already a winner. Yes, I know. And now let's start the real deal. Okay, so first of all, welcome on stage Yellow Hammock and its CEO, Simonas. A big round of applause.
Does the mic turn on? Oh, okay, it works. So went from 0 to 12K in 1 month in revenue. How we did it? Let's find out. So Facebook Messenger monthly has over 1.2 billion active users. So it's a great opportunity for businesses, and we use it. Yellow Hammock connects users to business. We do chatbots, but chatbots are a pretty common thing right now, but still, let's get over it. So we work with Sapiegos Bistro, we work with a lot of restaurants. So, as you can see, you can order from the menu. Let's order this lemonade. It looks so fresh. Let's see that. Order, gotcha, anything else? No, let's check out. Checkout built in. No need to install an app. Payment inside the Facebook Messenger. It's rapid and conversational user experience and 48% better conversion rates than apps that do the same thing pre-ordering. And it also offers businesses a great opportunity to use Facebook advertising to its full potential. But what does the other side see? What does the business side see? Because that's the key differentiator of Yellow Hammock. So he sees a full package, the dashboard, where he can see everything the users have ordered, anything where to deliver it, and he can customize the chatbot. There's no need for a separate device. It's clean and customizable, has great user experience, and can be connected to other devices, so multitasking for the win. And this dashboard is already seen by Pasca Kino Teatras, Jurgis Androkonas, Homes.com. It's a pretty wide variety of clients that we have. But who is behind? Who are us? So they could trust us. So my name is Simonas Žilinskas. I'm an ex-NASDAQ worker at I worked with customer experience for 3 years. Martynas Drabulis, our AI engineer that had some sweet AI touches to our chatbots. And our CTO, Vytautas Mikulainis, working with the interface. But the market is pretty crowded. We have Chatfool, we have Motion AI, to name a few. And they're pretty strong competitors, but they only offer a very, very small part of the whole chatbots business experience. We offer scalability, and we offer the whole package. In fact, yesterday, we made a deal with a food truck in the Waffle Lab, and we made a chatbot for them in 5 minutes. And that's how fast we can scale, that's how fast we do scale. But let's talk numbers. Our monthly revenue this month, we launched the 1st of May, is 12K. We have 18 customers, and we're expected to grow at a 20% rate till Q1 2018. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Your questions are more than welcome. Questions? Okay.
So could you talk a little bit about your sign-up process? Because you said you've been live for 3.5 weeks.
Yep.
And you have some customers that I don't know them because I'm not from Lithuania, but could you explain the onboarding? Did you already talk to them before you launched and got them to sign, or could you talk about how this went?
Yeah, we did talk to them before the sign. So we started the whole concept of Yellow Hammock 7 months ago, and we started preparing for them. We did the dashboard, we did the chatbots, and in the process, I did the sales, I sold them. We talked about the opportunity, we talked about their problems that they face, and we really customized it so it would help them save some money, save some time. Thank you for the question.
What is your business model? How you charge customers?
So our first customers, they paid at one time, just so we could gather some data. But our classical subscription, we work on a classical subscription model, so there's a 10 euro fix plus 35 cents per conversation. For a successful conversation, I should say, because you only pay for the amount of customers that paid for your product through the chatbot.
So you said that one of the differentiators between you and the competitors is that you do sort of everything. You had this slide where you just say, we do all. But what do you actually do that's just better, beyond doing everything? Do you have one thing that's just better?
Okay, so we have our main vertical, that is right now restaurants. Next up, we're expanding to e-commerce sites, but that's for a later time. Now we want to gather some data, some knowledge in that field.
How are you acquiring users today?
Okay, right now we're acquiring users through cold calls and recommendations. That's our main marketing strategy. It's not really a strategy, but further on, we are planning to do some social media because that's where our product is. That's how we're going to onboard some new customers. Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Simonas. Yellow Hammock. Let's proceed. Up next, a startup called Fancy. Please welcome on stage CEO Konstantin.
Hi. There is still ticking from previous presentation. Can you reset it? Okay, thank you. My name is Konstantin. I'm founder of Fancy. Because not many of you are familiar with gaming industry, let me explain it using football metaphor. So imagine you're watching football match and see orange shoes on Ronaldo. There is no way to buy them right now. You don't know even the name or price of these shoes. This problem is even greater in gaming industry. Gamers love to watch how other people play games, and if they see a nice weapon that they would like to have, there is no buy button for them to make a purchase. That's actually what Fancy does. We enable gamers to buy whatever they see in gaming videos. Firstly, let me explain how free-to-play games make money and what actually gamers buy. So free-to-play games earn 30% of tier revenue by selling designs for weapons like this. So look at this weapon, for example. You can see the difference between free and paid version. So this paid version cost actually $10. And in last year, gamers around the world spent more than $5 billion on visual items, skins, and designs like this one. So Fancy uses computer vision to watch the video and recognize objects in real time. Then we search through the recognized objects on partnered marketplaces and game publishers for the best price. And we integrate directly into the video platform, our solution, and use revenue share monetization model. So game publishers and marketplaces share revenue with us, and we share that revenue with video platforms. Everyone wins. There's probably 1 billion hours of video recorded each year. And as we have highly efficient recognition algorithm, our infrastructure costs us only 2 cents per 1 hour of high-quality video processing in real time. That's because my co-founder and CTO has over 10 years of experience in the field of computer vision and image analysis, holding PhD in computer science. I'm an addicted gamer by myself, and I spent last 3 years working in one of the biggest game development companies in the world, Wargaming, with the game World of Tanks. To date, we've built recognition algorithm and infrastructure for 2 games. We arranged first partnership with platforms and marketplaces, and the next 2 months, we're going to launch first integration and get first revenue. Very Fancy. We help gamers buy whatever they see in gaming videos. Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about your competition and also about your, where do you stand with this application now?
So we have no direct competitors yet on the market, but right now people solve the problem asking in chat how we can buy this or searching in Google. Okay, I saw this knife or this weapon on video where I can buy it. So probably it's a lot of barriers right now. But I'm not sure that I heard well your second question. Can you repeat it, please? We're going to launch only in the next 2 months, so first revenue will be in 2 months. For to date, we have perfect recognition algorithms. We spent like 6 months building it, and now it's ready.
What's the biggest that this can become? Could you become $1 billion, and how?
We expect, there's one interesting story behind this. Gamers usually spend a lot of money, those gamers who watch videos spend a lot of money in in-game items just because content creators and professional esport players have trust of their community. So people would like to follow them and have same items that they have. And because these barriers, huge barriers right now, you can't buy anything from video, you don't even know the name. We expect that we'll raise this market to the sky because thousands of millions of people watch Twitch and live streaming and translations, and they will skyrocket game revenue significantly.
Have a question about your AI angle.
Yeah.
For the future, do you plan to have like self-learning algorithms which would think and pick like items for gamers, which they will be happy to have? And how do you really intend to do that? Because it's tough.
Yeah. So for the moment, we just recognize what people see, like this one. So if that is like kind of impulse purchases, I see this one and I like to buy it right now. So we don't suggest anything. We just provide information, like this connection between these visual items and purchase that can be sold, that can be made in game shop.
And what about gaming companies? They can do also this business model?
No, they can't.
Why?
Because they don't have recognition. So because we're analyzing only video stream, we're not using like any integration with game publishers and game development companies. We're working only with video file, and so video files like pre-recorded. So there is no correlation between this video and particular data feed in video games. So the only way to recognize items is to use computer vision.
And can you just talk a little bit more about the business model and how we will make revenue of your prospective customers?
So yeah, game publishers and marketplaces share.
And the time's up.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay,
Let's
sorry,
talk later.
Fancy.
Thank you.
Okay. Show some love for Fancy and Konstantin. Okay, we continue. Up next, it's Litnet CEO and co-founder Serhii. Please welcome him on stage. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Serhii, as this guy told. So let's talk about digital books. Do you know that market share of e-books in Britain and in US is more than 20%, and in Germany, in France, in Russia is less than 5%. Moreover, do you know that writers, even in Britain, well-developed market, has less and less revenues every year? But why? Piracy. Piracy is a problem of this market. Even if 3 markets, European markets, had the same level of share as 21%, they brought to publishers and to authors billions of dollars every year. So I and my partner, we worked together on literature market for more than 10 years. And we decided to find the answer for this simple question. The answer was incredibly simple. No incomplete books. No one pirate library publish incomplete books. But does it have sense for writers or publishers to publish incomplete books? How it works? For example, authors start to publish his new novel chapter by chapter every day, and reader follows these editions. Then author asks to pay once if you want to follow the book till the end. So day by day, week by week, you follow till the book is complete. One payment for the complete book. Is it interesting for readers to follow these books, to read these books? 120 users every day says yes, because they visit our site 3 times a day and spend more than 1 hour with us. If they are they ready to buy this book, incomplete or complete? Yes, they are buying complete and incomplete books. Previous year, we sold more than 120,000 incomplete books. This year, we sold more. So we decided to work with publishers, and just previous week, we launched Publishers Account. So we are moving to huge market of publishers and professional authors. Yes, we are creating new language versions, because now we work only with Russian one, and we are building a huge, big literature network, LitNet. If you want to see your photo in your school with words this famous writer studied in these rooms, so join us, start to write. If you want to see Jeff Bezos asking you to sell him your shares, to sell them to Amazon, yes, you have chance to invest now. Thank you. Try to write or to invest.
I'm not a writer myself, but I can imagine that every writer has their creative process of what they go to write a book. Could you talk a little bit, because my worry is that not maybe every writer is a fan of this way of distributing their book. Could you talk a little bit about what type of writers are currently using your platform? If those are really high-profile writers, or how would you segment them?
Every writer has his own process, but you have no need to publish at the same moment as you write this chapter. Many of our authors do in such a way, but you may prepare the whole book and then publish part by part and write another one. The only idea that is distinguishing for you is that you may sell more without piracy, because your ebook sales of the first month are the highest. So if you got pirate copy at the second day when you are on Amazon, you may count how many books you lost, because guys write you, I read your book, it's cool, but why didn't you pay? So that is why this platform is good for even publishers who has the complete book, and they may start publishing before a paper release. They promote the book, and at the day, and for example, finish the publishing on our platform months after the paper release. And as a reader, you follow the book. At the day of paper release, you decide, do you want to buy a paper one to know who kills the gardener, or you still wait till the end of such part-by-part publishing? So it works for both, for who write before and who is writing during the process of publishing.
Okay, how do you get paid, and how do you scale revenue generation? Who's your typical customer, and how do you get more of them?
Typical customer is the same as the total book publishing market, women 25 plus. About love, about fantasy, they are the most of them. Certainly young guys who like science fiction, prefer science fiction, and other people, but mostly certainly women. More women.
Customers.
Customers, they are growing, but you see, it's a problem for publishers, or maybe not a problem, but we are growing, but share of women is the same. No.
Can you tell a bit about your competition? Why can't Amazon do the same?
Yes, because they sell you the ready
And
file.
time's up. Thank you.
And they can't sell part by part.
Thank you. Okay, let's proceed further. And now I want to present to you a founder of TellQ. His name is Domas. Domas, you have 3 minutes to elaborate.
Hi everyone, my name is Domas and I'm the founder of TellQ, a web-based platform that enables you to never lose a customer's call. In e-commerce, missing calls equals losing revenue, so that's why almost every e-commerce above 1 million in revenue has a call center to manage incoming customer calls. The problem is that the companies still miss around 25% of their calls and misses a lot of opportunities. So small businesses do not have enough resources to invest in specialized solutions and hire professional staff, and 90% of them still uses hardware phones from local telecom providers. Telq minimizes missed calls by 40% and makes sure that those calls that are still missed are returned within 15 minutes. 90% of the calls are returned at the end of the day and no single one is lost. So we created a unique workflow that utilizes available human resources in the most efficient way. So agents know who is calling, system urges agents to take one call after another, and missed calls are returned as soon as possible by automatically assigning them to the next available agent. All of our competitors are very generic call center solutions, so instead we developed Telq to be a best solution for answering calls, returning missed ones, and managing those two tasks simultaneously. So our solution becomes more and more cognitive over time, and our aim in the near future is to replace call center manager at all, because we don't see reason why we need him anymore. So we proved our market fit in Lithuania, and we are growing 4 to 5 companies per month. We already generated 40,000 euros in 5 months, and our clients made over 500,000 calls using Telq. So we started to implement our data-driven outbound sales strategy in UK, and our initial traction shows that the same problem exists in UK within our targeted e-commerce segment. So to be very specialized and to have a completely clear competitive advantage and to scale our product, we are integrating with e-commerce platform providers that our competitors do not have the strong presence in e-commerce, so this creates us a big opportunity to enter the market. We are a classic SaaS business with subscription-based pricing. We're targeting our annual contract value to reach 3,000 euros per customer. We reach the result within the team of 5 people. Our CTO made a call center software for Lead Desk, one of the most successful startups in Finland. And we are raising 400,000 euros for our seed round. And by the end of 2018, we are planning to have 260 paying customers and 100,000 in monthly revenue. Thank you.
About your future development, are you thinking about doing some NLP integration? And how would you be able to do that and scale that?
We are now integrated with Nexmo and for voice communication services. Yeah, so that's when you are integrated with such player as Nexmo, you can scale your software easily, and offer a good quality with favorable rates. Yeah. And also we are moving our data center to London, yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit what is really special about your product to compete with giants like Cisco and Genesys?
So Cisco offers you just the tools to manage your call center. Yeah, our solution, does a lot of job of call center manager. Okay, so the solution calculates the best strategy. The calls should be distributed among agents, and how to manage those two tasks, answering and returning the calls. Because during the day, calls are distributed unequally, and during peaks you will have missed calls, and even the big companies have that. So no matter how professional they are, so basically the task is how to manage those two tasks in the most efficient way, to utilize all your resources. And our goal is to replace call center manager to be a fully cognitive solution. So basically none of our competitors are going that way, I guess, to my knowledge. Yeah.
Thanks for solid presentation. And what is your pricing model?
Subscription-based pricing per user, but we bill our clients annually. So we are they are prepaying us for the whole year.
So if you have no real competitors, what's your biggest risk, the biggest challenge you're facing?
I guess the biggest challenge comes from technical point of view. So basically, that's why we are integrating with Nexmo. You know, we have outsourcing some really professionals from telecom industry, you know, to help us build, you know, the infrastructure. This is the biggest challenge. Yeah, because it's not easy to create, you know, call center product. Yeah, but we are doing really well. Yeah. Yeah.
How did you fund your business up until now?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry. Like,
how was it funded? Do you have already investors?
Self-funded. Like, first of all, it was founders' money, like my money and my friends, and now we like generating enough revenue to cover our expenses. Yeah.
Out of time. Thank you, Doma, so much.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good, let's delve further. Now it's time for Velets and Eimantas, head of marketing and the biggest fashionista in town, as you can see. Oh, yeah.
Cheers, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of beauty industry is rapidly changing, and we are leading the innovations globally by connecting consumers, brands, and retailers. We have a mobile app that helps people to discover best matching beauty products. Our users rate thousands of products from around the globe, and collectively this makes up the most comprehensive product library in the world. More than 40,000 women in the UK already takes pride in contributing to unbiased products ratings and sharing their experiences. Our app is so addictive that they use it almost daily. We collected more than 500,000 of responses to product surveys in less than 6 months, and that lets us to cover 65% of beauty products in the UK. Veleza is run by serial entrepreneurs with multiple exits in the past, including our CEO, Martinas Nikolaevas, who most recently played an important role in making Treatwell a success in the beauty services space. Treatwell's exit was one of the biggest in Europe in 2015. We are the data company. We collect it, aggregate, and sell it. We integrate our consumer feedback, reviews, and photos into brands' websites and to increase their online conversions. We sell actionable market insights and allow narrowly targeted sample distribution. Beauty industry is still undisrupted, and cosmetics generate 320 billion euros in revenues globally. We already have revenues, and our projection for this year is to reach 1 million euros. We are already working with world's leading beauty brands and retailers. Brands need us so much that they are even fighting which country will be the next. We have Turkey, Canada, France, Russia, United States on the line too. Amazing products needs amazing talents, and we are looking for them to join our forces in Vilnius and London. I can introduce you to one of our investors, founder of lastminute.com, Brent Haberman, and believe me, he is one of the most amazing guys you will ever meet. Promise. All in all, we are a data-driven social technology platform for beauty that connects consumers, brands, and retailers. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for a good pitch. So can you elaborate on the business model? What kind of data you sell and to who and how do you package it?
Like first part of the question was like to whom we will sell our data. These are our clients right now. We are working very closely with the L'Oreal Group, and we are going to launch pilot in Germany within 1 month with Urban Decay and L'Oréal Paris. It's worth 100,000 euros, and we are selling we collecting a lot of specific features about users like skin type, their concerns like skin tone, and a lot of data about them, and then we actually know their relationship like with the products. So we know their sentiments, we know like trends in the industry, and so we can actually offer like very in-depth actionable market insights. And we also know about how they're doing in the market, about their competitors, and so on. So all of this we collect, we aggregate, and we sell it.
how much money are you looking for, and what the money will be used for?
Sure, that's a good question. Thank you. Currently, we are raising a seed round of 1 million euros. And we are going to use them to scale us into other countries because they are already in our line, and we need more resources in the product development. We need to boost our sales, and basically that's why we are looking more money. Because as I mentioned before, we are already looking to enter United States, France, Canada, Turkey, and maybe Russia.
Could you talk about the customer growth stats and what is your customer acquisition strategy?
That's an amazing question. I'm a marketer and I love this question. Like right now, we are growing like in active users like 20% month to month, a bit more, maybe 22. But my main focus is right now how to reach more than 500,000 in monthly active users in 1 year period. And I have like 7-8 main ideas how to do that, but I can like share 2 of them. One is brands actually want to enrich their CIM databases with our data. So they actually need to acquire users for us. So it's like reverse paid marketing. They paid us and they acquire users for us by using their social channels. And another is a good idea that brands are doing a lot of sample distribution within magazines, within prints. And we actually collecting the feedback, helping to collect the feedback for them with those magazines. And so basically they also have to acquire users for us if they want to get like in-depth feedback and market insights.
Okay, and time's up.
I saw that you have a question, so we can talk after the presentation.
Very short. Which of these products do you use yourself?
A lot of them, and I can share my experience later.
Okay. Good. Up next, it's Switch RTC and Amir. Amir, welcome on stage.
So hi, I'm Amir, happy to introduce you with Switch RTC. So enterprise communication is no longer about voice calls, it's about messaging and video collaboration. And Slack is introducing tremendous threats on the incumbent vendors like Microsoft and others that are all moving to this direction. The market is very, very big. And also, over-the-top service providers are looking to provide collaboration services. We are serving this market today already. We released a PR yesterday with a service provider in Brazil, over-the-top, that is now upgrading for voice only to video and collaboration services to their customers. Video is huge. You can see what Cisco is saying about video from production perspective. And Facebook is saying that in 5 years, they will be all about video. Now, delivering real-time video to a large audience is required by many, many segments. For example, consumer video sharing. We're serving this market today as well. We have a customer in the US doing consumer video sharing. They have tens of millions of users. They're using Switch RTC today in production for their new features, especially in order to be able to have interaction real-time of the viewers with the presenter. Other verticals that require this: online education, enterprise, trainings, gaming, gambling, homeland security, smart cities, and many, many more. The problem is that CDN technology they're using today, like Akamai, is not giving a good solution because of 3 reasons. 1, they are not native in the browser. 2, they introduce delay to the video stream of a few seconds, making it not really real-time, and therefore you cannot have that interaction I spoke about before. What we do is, as someone who came from RandVision, a company that was public in NASDAQ, I was VP product there, and we did video communication solutions. We know about the technology, and what we are doing is packet-by-packet manipulation in the RTP headers and quality and bandwidth management that we're doing during the call in order to ensure good quality of the solution. We're using WebRTC on the client side. WebRTC is open source by Google. In the browsers today, you're using it because billions of people are using it today in Snapchat, Facebook Messenger, and many, many more. So when Google introduced WebRTC, they said, we're taking it to the client side. You, the industry, take care of the server side. And that's what we exactly are doing, Switch RTC. We are a cloud-native, WebRTC-based selective forwarding unit that is built for scale. We have a solution that can be distributed globally with secured connections between the media servers. And we also have a cluster of servers that are, again, distributed globally, and they take care of the quality, the broadcasting, bandwidth management, and all of this to deliver very good quality to the viewers. We already have paying customers, as I mentioned before. We want to raise money in order to increase our sales and to accelerate development, and we're looking for $1 million. Thank you.
Very good pitch, thank you. Can you tell us about your team?
Okay, we are a team of 3 right now with some subcontractors in addition to that. My partner was the best developer at RadVision, that he has a lot of experience in everything related to real-time video, video distribution, and all the technologies that we have in our product today are derived from this knowledge of many, many years. I worked there for more than 10 years, so that's our expertise.
Can you tell us a little bit about your business model?
Yes. We have our current customers are paying us monthly fees that are based on the concurrent users that they have on our system, plus some initial fee and an upfront fee that they need to pay for licensing. So it's a combination of both of them. We have, this month we'll have like 12K revenue.
What's your exit strategy?
First of all, the CDN companies like Akamai, these are, at this point in time, there are potential customers, and once they will use our solution, they might make a decision. Towards the end of the year, we plan also to launch a service that will be WebRTC CDN. We already have the domain.
Okay, but do you envision a quick flip after all?
I shouldn't talk about this, but we can talk about it in person.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, now it's time for founder and CEO of Exponenta, Daria. Please welcome her on stage. Clap, 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 clap. Yep.
Hello, my name is Daria, and during the last years, I was doing my own media project. Actually, one of the most visited lifestyle magazines in Belarus. But regardless of popularity, it was barely profitable. So I started to look for data-driven solutions to get wider audience, but I didn't find anything useful. So I decided to team up with the best Belarusian data scientists and to develop such product by my own. At this time, wow, it's not the same presentation, but okay. At this time, I realized how big is the problem. Readers are completely fed up. It's extremely hard to compete with clickbait, fake news, filter bubbles, and to get any visibility on the internet, your content should be extremely readable and trendy. And we came up with Exponenta. It's an AI tool to predict virality. You upload your text and you get your virality score. We've analyzed more than 10,000 factors, and right now we understand much better what influences the popularity of the text. Our prediction model in February got 55% of accuracy, but right now it's more than 80% for certain media platforms. Our next step is to develop AI co-writer that will suggest real-time how to improve your publication and where to distribute it in order to get exponential traffic growth. We are pretty sure that will bring value to our clients because usually one additional 1,000 of views brings $1 additional of advertising revenue. Our business model is freemium. You got our virality prediction for free, but you should pay in order to unlock their recommendations. We have plenty of content optimization tools on the market, but none of them is dealing with virality prediction or recommendations before the text was published. There are plenty of technologies developed by BuzzFeed and Mashable. And the thing is, they're not going to make it available for the market because they use it for their inner purposes, for their own advertisers. We will democratize this technology, we'll improve it, and make it available for any kind of content creator. We aim to become a standard tool for content creators in the era of attention economy. I'm a CEO and publisher with lots of contacts in the industry. My co-founders are both PhDs and professors. We have our own R&D department and international business team, and we're looking for seed and investor with media expertise. Thank you. Questions?
Two questions, actually. One of them, can you talk a little bit about your market size? And second, what's the status of your product? You have also already paying customers and so on.
Okay, so we target native advertising market. It's about 20 billion right now, and it's the fastest growing market in the whole advertising industry. And actually, this night, our data scientists didn't sleep, and we launched MVP. I can give you a secret link, and you can test our product with your own content.
So you can make changes to text and make it better. How do you do that, and what kind of changes are we talking about?
So right now, MVP is about prediction only, but we're working on recommendations. And we, as I mentioned, we have more than 10,000 factors, and it's quite complex math. And right now, we are working on translating this complex math into human language and into actionable insights to recommend content creators what to change. Yeah, but we will be able to do that. We work only with text in English right now. We're gonna approach visuals, images, and videos soon, and we're gonna add some different languages too.
So I'm hearing that you are now ahead of others with this particular technology. What will it take for you to stay ahead of others, the bigger AI players, etc., going forward?
Well, as I mentioned, only BuzzFeed and Mashable are dealing with this problem, and they developing such tool for their own platforms. BuzzFeed is developing for BuzzFeed, Mashable for Mashable. We're gonna analyze much bigger landscape of media platforms, and we're gonna accumulate data, and we're gonna build a technological gap in order to build a game-changing startup for media, and we'll match content creators with advertisers and platforms in an automated way, I think in a perspective of 1 year. That's it.
Okay, so thank you, Daria.
Thanks.
So time flies, really. Only 2 pitches left. Please welcome on stage Dima, the founder of Tvori. Ну, Dima, давай.
Hi, hello. I'm Dima from Tvori. At Tvori, we try to simplify 3D creation and animation. We started with a problem. Modern 3D editing software is super complicated. 3D Studio Max, Maya, Blender, Houdini, they're used by professionals, and they are not approachable for regular people. And so we believe that there are millions of people who want to create in 3D, want to animate, but they can't because they don't have tools for that. So we developed a new kind of 3D editing software where we use virtual reality with its immersion and new types of inputs where people can use their hands naturally to create and manipulate virtual objects. So we released our first alpha version on Steam. We sold over 600 copies, making around $1,000. It's not very impressive, but we're growing in terms of active users. And people create pretty cool stuff in Tvori. They make videos, photos, they share them on YouTube, video, and Facebook. And these slides were made in Tvori as well. So we are a team of 2. We are technical, and we are solving our own problem. We made 23 projects related to virtual reality, including projects for Google and Unity. And so we've been bootstrapping Tori for the last 15 months, and now are looking to raise our first round. And we have time to show the video. Yeah, so as you can see, we have these type of tools, and people can manipulate them using their hands. And here the process of animating a character. So people can set a pose to a character, then press record, and animate it in real time like a puppeteer. And all these environments were made at Vari as well, from primitive objects. That's why we call ourselves Lego of 3D creation. So people can make scenes like that using just objects from the library, like play with lights and stuff. Yeah. And we'd love to answer some questions.
Thank you, Dima. Could you talk about the use cases of your product and who is your target market?
Yeah, this is a good question. So at first we interviewed directors, the best visual storytellers who are not artists themselves. So we imagined a scenario where a director can make his or her animatic or first version of her idea and then show it to her team, and they can then polish it up and make a WoW like the end product. So yeah, right now we target everyone who wants to create and animate, and then the next step would be to find those who love the product and who benefit the most, and go from there. And we would understand what is the market and the competitors, but for now it's like general audience who want to create, and then our focus is to find those who stick and benefit the most. Yeah.
I have two questions. One, you showed like the video and there was like a house in it.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how long it takes to build something like that in your
Victor, we co-founded together at Vari. So he made that house based on a reference from an artist who drew that house, and Victor made that from primitive objects in about 1 hour. So everything that you saw was made no longer than in 2-3 hours. So everything is kind of, it's as you saw, created by sticking objects together like a Lego, basically.
And what is your business model moving forward?
Yeah, it's a great question. So right now we're selling alpha version, one-time purchase, but then we want to introduce people to subscription, and so around like 5% of our users can pay for the extensive tools. So subscription and selling ready objects in the marketplace and getting a fee. Yeah.
Do you have an estimate of the size of your market? That's the first question. The second one, what's the status of the product? You have already paying customers?
Yeah. So right now the market is tiny. We are creating this using virtual reality. So there are under 1 million users of virtual reality. And so the question was who are the customers? And so estimation is we don't know yet. And the customers, so we see that most of the users who came, who are not artists themselves, they just create fun stuff. And people who are professionals, they ask us to implement exporting, importing for their prototyping for them to prototype their projects. So, yeah, most of the artists, they either they raise their...
And it's time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's the last participant of Startup Battle Pitch Finals. So, welcome on stage, Kfir, CEO of Distribuite. A big round of applause.
Hi everyone, so my name is Kfir and I'm the CEO of Distribuite. I'm going to talk to you about cloud computing. Cloud computing was promised to be easing the development and deployment of new digital services. But it's a huge, huge false. 90% of a $3.7 trillion market expected much more. They expected to get a simple, faster execution, reliable service, zero maintenance. But what they actually get is a promise to have a cloud in a click that gets them full automation tools, that on top of it, they get orchestration tools, and that brings us to the 21st century cloud spaghetti, like back in the 80s. What it brings, it's a huge pain of finding good developers, DevOps guys. The cost of building a service, solution partners, take 5 times on any dollar that cloud provider charge you. Distribuite brings you a brand new cloud. Distribuite enables developers and companies to take any service that was developed to run locally on a laptop or on a server and just run it in the cloud in a cloud-native manner. You get a fully managed service that gives you elasticity out of the box, it gives you a high availability, and your service becomes globally distributed. We do it both for new digital services and both for migrating legacy, old, very complex platforms. It's a cross-industry pain, and one of the things that we went out to validate the market, we spoke with great companies like Amazon, Semperis, Cisco, VMware, and many, many more. One of them, for example, the general manager of VMware, it's the biggest virtualization company, said we are the first solution that bridges the gap between IT and developers. We have a kick-ass team. Everybody is from ex-Microsoft, ex-IBM. We developed distributed databases and distributed runtimes. We are backed by private angels and 500 startups. We spent some time in the Valley last year. So if you missed it, you've missed out on AWS or Google or Microsoft Azure. Don't miss it again and come talk to us. Thank you very much.
Can you please explain what is your estimate on the market size? And then do you have already paying customers or not?
Okay, so first of all, regarding customers, we are now launching it's a private beta. We are launching early developers, very niche segment of developers. Regarding the market, it's a huge market. It's hard to evaluate. It's a 3.7 trillion IT market. Nearly the entire market, if you look at AWS, Google Cloud Platform, Amazon, Microsoft Azure, it's tremendously huge. Okay, it's hard to pinpoint the number. Okay.
I'll ask the same question as previously. What's your exit strategy?
Exit strategy. So for now, we have a proprietary technology that none of the big players have in the market. So I guess that in a few months here, maybe they'll have a decision like my previous speaker. But we see our growth potential is bigger than all of them together because we are cross clouds and we can also run on any data center anywhere in the world as a technology that it doesn't have any, I forgot the word. So our growth potential is huge and hopefully in 5-10 years we'll see a huge IPO.
5-10 years is a long, long time. Your opportunity window estimation?
Can you elaborate on the question?
How long is it before big boys will catch up with you?
They need to switch their entire architecture from the bare metal level. So it's very, very unique, and The last product that Google just published took them 8 years to bring to the market, like the Google Spanner, and it will take them a lot of time and investment and resources.
Well, you could cut it short for them.
Very short.
Once they start using it.
And if once of them will come out with a solution like us, they will all be knocking on our doors. And we have a strong IP on it.
Yeah, but using your solution, they will get there much faster.
Yes, of course.
So it's a, you know, sword with two edges.
Okay.
And who is on your team? What does the team look like?
Basically, it's me doing biz dev, and we have 3 developers. That's the entire team for right now. So everybody's doing development, just me doing the biz dev and marketing.
And the time's up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Startup Battles, the final round. Now we need to take a 10-minute break to process the votes from our jury. And later I will be back and I will announce who is the winner. And of course, it is Skunkly, no questions asked.
And I'll fall on my knee. Tell me how to wait to be. Tell me how to wait to go. Tell me all that I should know. And I'll fall on my knee. Tell me how to wait to go. Tell me how to wait to be. To evoke some empathy. And I'll fall on my knee. Tell me how to wait to go. Tell me how to wait to see. Show me all that I could be. And I'll fall on my knee. Tell me how to wait to be. Tell me how to wait to go. Tell me all that I should know. And I'll fall on my knee. Tell me how to wait to go. Tell me how to wait to be. To evoke some empathy. And I'll fall on my knee. Tell me how to wait.
Okay. This is the moment. Now it's time to announce the winners of Login Startup Fair Startup Battle powered by Trinity. And of course, I want to present to you managing partner of Trinity, Linas Sabaliauskas. Linas, welcome on stage.
Very happy that on this beautiful day we have this fantastic startup battle. We are extremely proud at Trinity that we sponsored that. Everyone was fantastic here. All the pitches were great. You were great. And I hope this will be a huge success, as Donald Trump says it. So it's a huge success. And I don't want to stand behind this drama that will erupt now in giving the prizes. So let's start from the third place.
Okay, so guys, Conkly didn't win actually. Oh my God. Okay, so let's start with the third place winners. 1,000 euros, as you can see. So it is TelQ. Welcome on stage. Damas, come on. Move your feet.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now you should take a picture. There you go. So, Damas.
Thank you everyone who supported us and understood our idea. And yeah, we are ready to scale.
Ooh, the tension is getting higher. The second place winners, the startup, Litnet. Come on, where's Litnet? Come on.
Hello.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Okay, a few more.
Well done.
Okay, I'm impressed that in this time people understood our model. I mean investors, because it's well understood by women 25 plus, but they mostly are not investors. So I am impressed. Thank you.
Congratulations. Wow, and now it's time to announce the main winner, the first place. Oh my God, I can't believe it's Beleza, Hey Montas, where are you? Oh, our beauty model. 3,000 euros.
Congratulations. Here you are.
Thank you for your support. It was amazing days here, and well, actually, the main question, like most of investors are asking, what are you going to do with those money? I have an idea. We are going to buy 6,000 users, collect all the data from them, then turn it, sell it to brands. Then we are going to buy 20,000 users, and you get the idea. We are going to scale a lot, and we are going to be great. Thank you again, and it's amazing.
Take a picture.
Okay, so now we're moving towards the end. And now you know what I have to do. I have to say a lot of thank you to our sponsors. So thank you to Trustpilot, thank you to Trinity, thank you to UPS, Vilniaus miesto savivaldybė, Oric, IMI VC, Flanders Trade and Investment, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Telesoftas, Oberlo, European Commission, Vilniaus Tech Parkas, of course, for hosting us here, first time outside, and startup.lt. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all the organizers on stage who are the real muscle behind it all, behind the Login Startup Fair. So, guys, come on stage. Woohoo!
Sometimes the blues just a passing bird. And why can't that always be?
where are the volunteers? Volunteers, come on. You've been a big part of it too. There's so many of you, I can't believe it. So, let's take a picture, and guys, let's applaud. These guys haven't slept for 100 years. It's worth something, right? Okay, so thank you all very much. This has been a great journey. We'll see you next year.